Mr. Deputy Mayor, we're live.
Thank you very much. Good evening and good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call this June 5th Development Services Committee meeting to order. First of all, with the land acknowledgement, the Township of Oro-Medonte acknowledges that we're situated on the traditional land of the Anishinaabe people and the ancestral territory of the Huron-Wendat people. And the Anishinaabe include the Odawa, Ojibwe, and Potawatomi nations, collectively known as the Three Fires Confederacy. It continues today as the home for diverse Indigenous peoples, including the historic Métis community in Penetanguishene. The Anishinaabe people continue to have an enduring relationship with this land, specifically the Chippewas of the Rama First Nation, the Chippewa Tri-Council, and the Williams Treaties First Nations. The Huron-Wendat Nation also continues to pay respect and protect their ancestors and heritage on this land. We honor the Indigenous history and culture that has thrived for millennia in this territory and the treaties that bind us together as partners in the spirit of shared, sustainable, and prosperous future. We are all treaty people. Our commitment begins with acknowledging the truth so that we can move forward together towards reconciliation. Thank you. Madam Deputy Clerk, may we have the motion to approve the agenda?
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Shell. It is recommended that the agenda for the Development Services Committee meeting of Wednesday, June 5th, 2024 be received and approved.
Okay, and with that, I'd just like to announce that there is an amendment and it's recommended that the draft minutes of the Development Services Committee being held on Wednesday, May 1st, 2024, be received and approved as printed and circulated as amended to amend item 7C, motion number DSC 240501-15, number 3, to add Acadian Lane as outlined in report DS 2024049. There were a series of street names in the development and one of them was left out. So this is simply to pick up that minor error. With that, are there any comments or questions about the minutes or corrections? Seeing none, may I have the vote, please? All in favor? The motion is carried. Thank you. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest for today's meeting? Okay, seeing none. We will go, may we have the motion, please, to go into closed session?
Moved by Greenlaw, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that we do now go into closed session at 4:04 p.m. to discuss litigation affecting the municipality, cannabis, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board, intermunicipal relationships, provincial facilitator.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions, comments? Seeing none. Just prior to going into close, I'd like to mention that Councillor Bard is not here because he's on vacation, and Councillor Young is not here because he's in attendance with his duties with the OPP. May I call the vote, please? All in favor? Thank you. The motion is carried. Let's let the clerk get us counted in and stop there being.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, we're live.
Thank you very much. May we have the motion to rise, please?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that we do now rise at 5:05 p.m. and report on closed session items for C and D.
Thank you very much. All in favor? The motion is carried. May we have the motion for item C, please?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Greenlaw. Be it resolved, one, that the confidential correspondence dated June 5th, 2024, and confidential verbal information presented by Brent Spagnol, Director, Development Services, re-litigation affecting the municipality, cannabis, be received. Two, that staff and legal counsel proceed as directed by council.
Thank you very much. All in favor? The motion is carried. May we have the motion for item 4D, please, Madam Deputy Clerk?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved, one, that the confidential memorandum correspondence received June 5th, 2024, and confidential verbal information presented by Sean Binns, CAO, and George Vadamuncur, Manager Planning Special Projects, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board, intermunicipal relationships, provincial facilitator, be received.
Thank you very much. All in favor? The motion is carried. With that, Madam Deputy Clerk, I propose we go into a recess until 5:30.
Certainly. Or Mr. Deputy Mayor, would you like to deal with the minutes of the past meeting for that motion?
I
5A?
I thought that we had, because I did read out the amendment.
Yes, and that was during the adoption of the agenda, but this will be for to receive and approve the minutes as printed and circulated with the amendment.
Oh, I see. Okay. So may we have the motion for that, please?
Thank you. Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Greenlaw. It is recommended that the draft minutes of the Development Services Committee meeting held on Wednesday, May 1st, 2024 be received and approved as printed and circulated as amended to amend item 7C, motion number DSC 240501-15, number 3 to add Acadian Lane as outlined in report number DS 2024-049.
Thank you very much. Any questions on that motion? Seeing none, may I, those in favor, please? The motion is carried. May we have a motion to go into recess, or just?
It will just be noted in the minutes that we will be breaking, and and the sign will go up for IT for the stream.
And we will return at 5:30. So thank you very much, everyone, and we'll be back.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, we're live.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk. We are now back for the evening's public meetings and hearings, and I'd just like to welcome everybody back. And first of all, we'll begin with a public meeting, and I'll explain the process beforehand for each of the hearings and meetings. Each application will be considered separately. Staff will advise of the purpose and effect of the application, provide any relevant information, note any correspondence that has been received to date, and advise of any statement received from the applicant or if the applicant intends to make a presentation. If so, the applicant will then be given the opportunity to make a brief presentation, and after the presentation, any members of the public that have been registered to provide comment who are in chambers will be given the opportunity to speak to the application being considered. The Deputy Clerk will advise of those who have registered, and finally staff will confirm if any other further correspondence has been received during the public hearing or meeting. There will be a separate statement to be read at the start of each public hearing and meeting. With that, we will commence with item 6A. This public meeting is being held in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act to obtain public comment with respect to the zoning bylaw amendment application submitted by William Frescue on lands municipally known as 10793 Highway 12. Please be advised that this hearing is being digitally recorded for the purposes of the creation of a public record. Only after comments are received from the public, township staff, and requested agencies will the Development Services Committee, well, we won't be making a decision on this matter tonight, but otherwise make a decision on the zoning bylaw amendment application. Madam Deputy Clerk, has there been any correspondence received on this matter?
Correspondence received from Enbridge Gas dated May 22nd, Bell Canada dated May 24, Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority dated June 3rd and 5th, and Township of Oro-Medonte Building Division dated June 5th, 2024.
Thank you very much. I'll now turn the meeting over to Brent Spagnell, Director of Development Services, who will explain the purpose and effect of the zoning bylaw amendment application and any written statement received from the applicant. Mr. Spagnell, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. The purpose of the public meeting this evening is to provide details related to an application for a zoning bylaw amendment to permit a second standalone residential dwelling unit on the subject property. The property is located at 10793 Highway 12. That would be on the east side of the highway. The official plan designates the land as agricultural and zones the land, or in the current uses include agricultural uses and an existing residential dwelling unit that has an approximate square footage of 4,536 square feet. Next slide. The image of in the presentation shows an aerial photo to the left, which shows that the land represents existing farmland. You'll note that there's an existing access point to the northwest of the property, which provides access out onto the highway. You also note that there is Dunn's Line located to the east, and then surrounding uses are generally inclusive of agricultural uses along with a nursery use to the south. The image to the right shows that there's a sign posted on the property. That sign is there to advertise the public meeting date and the purpose and effect of the application before Development Services Committee. Again, the purpose of the amendment is to allow for a separate dwelling unit to be located on the subject property. The house is to be accessed by way of the existing driveway, and as far as the proposal goes, the intention is to keep the house as close or within the residential cluster on the larger piece, so that internal services and access can be utilized to the best of the applicant's ability. As I note, the application is looking to allow for zoning approval for a second house on the property, and that house would consist of a total square footage of 2,637 square feet, which is from a gross floor area perspective, smaller than the main house on the property, and is to be confirmed but via building permit for servicing of septic and water. Next slide. What this slide shows is the elevations. Committee will see that there's two garage door bays, separate access, and in essence, this dwelling does function as a separate dwelling unit to the piece of property. Next slide. And this slide just shows the floor plan as it relates to the dwelling unit. As far as staff recommendation goes, there will not be any decisions or requirement for decision of Development Services Committee. Staff will require, will need to take a look at the comments that have been received to date, receive any comments that are provided by committee members and the public, and provide a recommendation report at a further date to provide additional information for Development Services Committee to consider when arriving at a decision. I think one key aspect related to the application as well that tends to be factored into these types of applications is that there would have to be provision within the zoning to ensure that there is no surplus farm dwelling severances or things of that nature as it relates to additional residential dwelling units. There is policy in the existing official plan that tries to stay away from that and provides policy guidance to that respect. So that is one consideration that staff will be looking at further through any further reports. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions of Council or Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Spagnol. I would now ask if the applicant, William Frescue, is present. Thank you very much, sir. Do you wish to provide any further commentary with regard to the staff report? And if so, please step up to the podium. If you're satisfied with the staff report, then we'll proceed. He indicates that he's very satisfied and declines the offer to come to the podium. Is that correct? Well, please step up though, because we have to record what the proceedings are. And state your name, please.
William Paul Frescue.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I'm very happy from the job just done by the speaker, Brent. What other questions did you want me to answer, or what other questions did you want to ask me?
Well, you just stand by and I'll ask council if they have any questions for you. Council, do you have any questions for either staff or Mr. Frescue?
No.
It appears there are no questions, so.
No questions?
That's very well. You can have a seat if you prefer.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Deputy Clerk, has anybody registered to speak to this matter?
No, Mr. Chair, there were no registrations received.
Is there anybody else other than Mr. Frescue in chambers who wishes to speak to this matter? Okay, seeing none. Any additional correspondence received during the course of the meeting, Mr. Spagnol?
Deputy Mayor Lavoie, I think the only piece of correspondence that will have bearing on this particular application will be the correspondence received from the Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority. I've spoken briefly about that with Mr. Frescue, and essentially what the NVCA is saying is that because the proposed dwelling is located within their regulated area, that they're not objecting, but there may be opportunity to shift things around to either move it outside of the regulated area or try to address any permitting questions or issues that the NVCA may have. So that is one respect that staff will have to follow up with the NVCA as to what they're looking for, but that will be included in any subsequent report to Development Services Committee.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other comments from members of committee? Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you to Mr. Spagnol, the mapping that currently we're following, is it Is it the present mapping, or would it be being altered in the near future?
Through you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie, to Mayor Greenlaw. It is the current mapping that we're working from today. However, if there are any revisions that will be forthcoming as part of those discussions with the NVCA and Mr. Frescu, there will be a revised plan that shows where the proposed house is to be located. But right now, we're working from the plan that's been provided as part of this public meeting presentation.
Okay, thank you. And I guess the only other supplemental question I'd like to ask is, could we reach out to the NVCA to find out if there is in their near future mapping adjustments being made, when they hope that the mapping would be provided to us and it would be passed as part of their regulations of the change being proposed? Please.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, for clarifying that, and we can definitely make sure to canvass the NVCA to make sure that those mapping changes be incorporated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further questions or comments with regard? Seeing none. So the committee wishes to thank everybody for their participation, either through submission of written comments or through oral comments during the meeting, and we will consider all the matters in their decision, and staff will take that forward. A copy of the proceedings will be mailed to the applicant, agent, and anyone who has submitted written comments or provided oral comments during the meeting in regard to the application. So thank you very much. And with that, we can't quite move on to the next item because it's scheduled to start at 5:45. And we must attend to the time. So for 3 minutes, maybe someone can enjoy their sandwich. Okay, we will proceed with the the first public hearing, item 7A on the agenda. The application is 2024A25 Ahern. The applicant is Robert Ahern. Municipal address is 346 Shanty Bay Road. This public hearing is being held in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act to obtain public comments with respect to the minor variance application submitted by Robert Ahern on lands municipally known as 346 Shanty Bay Road. Please be advised that this hearing is being digitally recorded for the purposes of the creation of a public record. Only after comments are received from the public, township staff, and requested agencies Will the Development Services Committee make a decision on the minor variance application? Madam Deputy Clerk, have there been any correspondence received on this matter?
Yes, correspondence from the Township of Oro-Medonte Operations Division, May 8th, Severn Sound Environmental Association, May 8th, and Township of Oro-Medonte Building Division, dated May 13, 2024.
Thank you very much. I'll now turn the meeting over to Catherine McCarroll, Senior Planner, who will explain the purpose and effect of the minor variance application and any written statement received from the applicant. Ms. McCarroll, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. The subject property is located at 346 Shanty Bay Road. The property is zoned Residential 1 and designated rural in the township's official plan, and the current use of the property is residential. The image on the left-hand side is an aerial image of the property, so you can see the dwelling that's in the middle. The detached accessory building that was subject to a previous minor variance application is at the rear of the property. And then the accessory building that they're proposing to keep is on the east side between the dwelling and the new accessory building. And the image on the right-hand side shows the public notice sign that was posted adjacent to the road. So back in 2018, the applicant obtained approval of minor variance application 2017 A66, which was for an oversized detached accessory building. In order to meet the approved lot coverage of 6%, the owner had to demolish the existing detached accessory building. And now the owner is looking at keeping that existing detached accessory building. So they are seeking relief from section 5.1.5, maximum lot coverage, to be increased from 6%, which was previously approved, to 7.2%. And section 5.1.3D, minimum required interior side yard setback, to be reduced from 2 meters to 1.7 meters as the existing structure is non-complying. So these are the views looking both northeast and southwest along Shanty Bay Road. The photo on the left-hand side shows the view of the existing dwelling from the road, and the photo on the right-hand side shows the previously approved detached accessory building, which was subject to the minor variance. And then these images show the detached accessory building that they're hoping to keep. So it is recommended that minor variance application 2024 A25 be approved, as the application meets the 4 tests of the Planning Act, conforms or consistent with the applicable provincial, county, and township planning policies, and represents good planning. I have all the recommended conditions listed here on the screen. They are all standard conditions, and I am available if there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. McCarroll. I'll now ask if the applicant, Robert Ahern, is present, either in chambers or on Zoom. No, it appears not. Okay, thank you very much. Committee members, do you have any comments or concerns or questions about this application? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Through you to Ms. McCarroll. Just help me understand. I'm trying to understand the process. So when a condition is put forth that an accessory building is being built under the conditions that the other building is being removed, is there a process that says the existing building that's to be removed has to come down before the other building goes up, or is that it can be a period of time after the new request is fulfilled?
So through you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie, to Mayor Greenlaw. So what happened in this case here was they were looking at getting occupancy for their detached accessory building, and in order to get occupancy, they didn't meet one of the items that was listed in the zoning certificate, which was to demolish the detached accessory building. Typically what happens is it's required as a condition of the minor variance, which was not the case for this 2017 minor variance. So it's happening a little bit later in the process for this one.
So the occupancy is for the new or the previous, the original detached building?
So it's for the new detached accessory building that they had approval for back in 2018. They were looking at closing that building permit, and in order to do that, they had to demolish the existing detached accessory building.
And have they got occupancy for the second detached unit or no?
Yeah, it was existing, so it had previous approvals for it.
Okay. Oh. And is this a common request? It just seems.
So through you, Deputy Mayor Lavada, Mayor Greenlaw, it's not a common request, but it was in this case here to satisfy the approved lot coverage of 6%. The only way they could meet that was to demolish that accessory structure. So this is where he's coming back and hoping to keep it, and that's where he's requested an increase in lot coverage.
Yeah, I guess where I'm confused is, and just, I'm not saying I wouldn't support it or not. I'm just trying to figure if you're given permission to do something under the conditions, now he's asking not to have to fulfill his conditions that he got the approval of the other building on. And would he have got the approval of the other building without that condition being mandatory within the request? So like, was that something they volunteered, or was within our planning act that other building had to come down? I'm trying to figure out how, because I'm worried that we're approving something that was a condition of the newer building, the larger building that he got approval for, which he already received an exception because of lot coverage. So he's asking not to fulfill, so he's asking for 2 exceptions for lot coverage versus 1.
So through you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie, to Mayor Greenlaw. So there was a fair bit of discussion, because I was involved with the original minor variance application. There was a fair bit of discussion, and that's where the committee had decided to only approve the 6% lot coverage at that time. And this is where the applicant's coming back years later, hoping for an additional lot coverage.
And what's the standard lot coverage now?
It's 5%.
And has there been any pushback or concern from the neighboring residents?
There have been no concerns raised by the neighbors.
Has there been letters of support?
One moment and I will double check. So to you, Mayor Greenlaw, there have been no comments of support, but also no comments against the application.
And final question is, does this put us or expose us to setting a precedent within the township for other requests of similar nature?
So through you, Deputy Mayor Lavada, Mayor Greenlaw, we have approved larger percentages for lot coverage, so this would not be setting a precedent.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Greenlaw. Thank you very much, Ms. McCarroll. Madam Deputy Clerk, is there anyone registered to speak to this matter, either present or on Zoom?
No, Mr. Chair, there were no additional registrations received.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone in chambers who wishes to speak to this matter? Seeing no one present who wishes to speak to the matter. Any additional correspondence received with regard to this matter during the course of the hearing?
No additional comments have been received.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further comments or questions with regard to this matter from members of council? Seeing none, Madam Deputy Clerk, may we have the motion, please?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Clark. It is recommended that DS 2024-053, Catherine McCarroll, Senior Planner, Reminder Variance Application 2024-A25, Robert Hearn, 346 Shanty Bay Road, be received and adopted. 2, that minor variance application 2024-825, specifically to permit a lot coverage of 7.2% for all detached accessory buildings on those subject lands and recognize the reduced interior side yard setback of 1.7 meters, 5.6 feet, for the existing detached accessory building on lands municipally known as 346 Shanty Bay Road, Township of Oro-Medonte, be approved, subject to the conditions as outlined in DS 2024-053. 3, that the applicant be advised of committee's decision under the Secretary Treasurer's signature.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk. Any questions about the motion itself? Seeing none. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is carried. This completes the application process and closes this hearing. The committee wishes to thank all those in attendance for your participation, and a copy of the decision will be mailed to the applicant, agent, and anyone who has submitted written comments or provided oral comments during the hearing in regard to the application. With that, we can proceed on to item 7B on the agenda, which is an application 2024A52 revised. Applicant is Rosalie Dawson and Shane Pierce, and the municipal address is known as 169 Shoreline Drive. This public hearing is being held in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act to obtain public comments with respect to the minor variance application submitted by Rosalie Dawson and Shane Pierce on lands municipally known as 169 Shoreline Drive. Please be advised that this hearing is being digitally recorded for the purposes of the creation of a public record. Only after comments are received from the public, township staff, and requested agencies will the Development Services Committee make a decision on the minor variance application. Madam Deputy Clerk, has there been any correspondence received on this matter?
Township of Oro-Medonte Operations Division dated May 13 and Building Division dated May 15, 2024.
Thank you very much. I'll now turn in the meeting over to Catherine McCarroll, Senior Planner, who will explain the purpose and effect of the minor variance application and any written statement received from the applicant. Ms. McCarroll, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. The subject property is located at 169 Shoreline Drive. The property is zoned shoreline residential and designated shoreline in the township's official plan, and the current use of the property is residential. The image on the left-hand side is an aerial photo of the property, so you can see the existing non-complying single detached dwelling that's located right on the water's edge. And then the photo on the right-hand side shows the public notice sign that was posted adjacent to the road. The application originally came to Development Services Committee earlier this year, and at that time the applicants were proposing an oversized detached accessory building in addition to the non-complying single detached dwelling. The application at that time was deferred to provide the applicant with time to address both planning staff comments and building comments. So they have decided they've revised their plans and they've come back with a larger addition to the non-complying dwelling, and are no longer proposing to do a detached accessory building. Instead, they're doing an attached garage. So they are now proposing a variance from section 5.16.1B, enlargement, repair, or renovation of a non-complying building, which is not permitted to increase the floor area within the required setback to the average high water mark. And in this case, they're proposing a 189 square meter addition to the non-complying dwelling, of which a portion of it is within that required 20 meter setback to the average high water mark. The image on the left-hand side is the applicant's site plan. So the existing dwelling is located near the water. It is in white, and then the proposed addition is all grayed out, and that's just to the north of the dwelling. And then the image on the right-hand side is the site plan details. And you can see there's a dotted line that goes through the middle of the addition, and that's actually the 20 meter setback to the average high water mark. So you can see only a portion of the addition is within that required setback. These are the applicant's elevation drawings. So in the first one, the image that's the east elevation, the existing dwelling is on the left-hand side and the proposed addition is on the right. And then the south elevation, the addition is on the left-hand side and the existing is on the right. And these are some additional elevation drawings. So these are both the west elevation and north elevation. These are the views looking both northeast and southwest along Shoreline Drive. So the image on the left-hand side shows the existing dwelling and its setback to the lake, which as you can see here is fairly close. So they're proposing to do the addition on the north side of the dwelling within that 20-meter setback. And then the photo on the right-hand side shows the existing dwelling. These two photos show the location of the proposed addition. One of the items that the applicant is looking at doing is relocating the septic system to accommodate the addition. You can also see in these photos that there is a significant amount of vegetation both along the interior side lot lines, and there is also vegetation along the road, which will help screen the proposed addition from both the neighboring properties and from anyone who travels along the road. So it is recommended that minor variance application 2023 A52 be approved, as the application meets the 4 tests of the Planning Act and conforms to or is consistent with the applicable provincial, county, and township planning policies and represents good planning. All the recommended conditions are listed on the screen. Most of them are standard conditions, with the exception of a couple ones that we added. So for example, that no portion of the single detached dwelling can be converted into an apartment dwelling unit without the appropriate planning and building permit approvals. And also that the applicant prepare a planting plan for the shoreline area to satisfy LSRCA's comments. I'm available if there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. McCarroll. I now ask Rosalie Dawson if she's present. Oh, very good, thank you. Do you have any comments or commentary or questions that you'd like to make with regard to the staff report? And if so, please come forward to the podium and state your name.
Hello, I'm Rosalie Dawson. Thank you for your time. I guess we didn't have much more to add other than that we did also get the coastal report completed, which we sent in, and that was okay as well.
So that was sent to the LSRCA for their review and comment, and it will form part of their LSRCA permit application.
Okay, great.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd open up the floor to members of council, or the committee rather, to see if they have any comment or question with regard to this application of staff or the applicant. Okay, seeing none. And I presume that the LSRCA is in full control of the situation insofar as it's their setback that is being compromised, to use probably the wrong term.
So to you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie, so that is correct. So the LSRCA did provide comments. They did reference that planting plan and the coastal engineering study, and they've indicated that they will require an LSRCA permit prior to approval of a building permit. Okay,
thank you very much. Is there anyone registered to speak to this matter, Madam Deputy Clerk, either in by Zoom or in chambers?
No, Mr. Chair, there were no additional registrations received.
Okay, thank you very much. And is there anyone else other than Ms. Dawson who's here to speak to this matter? Okay, seeing no one. Did we receive any further comment during the course of the hearing?
No additional comments were received.
Thank you very much. Madam Deputy, you may sit, please. Thank you very much. May we now hear the motion, Madam Deputy Clerk?
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Greenlaw. It is recommended 1, that DS 2024-076, Catherine McCarroll, Senior Planner, Minor variance application 2023-A52 revised, Rosalie Dawson and Shane Pierce, 169 Shoreline Drive, be received and adopted. 2, that minor variance application 2023-A52, specifically for permission to build a 189.0 square meters, 2,034.4 square feet addition to the existing non-compliant single detached dwelling located within the required 20.0 meter, 65.6 feet setback from the average high watermark of Lake Simcoe on lands municipally known as 169 Shoreline Drive, Township of Oro-Medonte, be approved subject to the conditions as outlined in DS 2024-076. 3, that the applicant be advised of committee's decision under the Secretary Treasurer's signature.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions about the motion itself? Seeing none. May I call the vote, please? All those in favor? The motion is carried. Looks like you'll be able to continue to jump out of your house and onto your rink. This completes the application process and closes this hearing. The committee wishes to thank all those in attendance for your participation, and a copy of the decision will be mailed to the applicant and anyone who has submitted written comments or provided oral comments during the hearing in regard to the application. So thank you. Just in time, we can proceed with item 7C. The application, this is application 2024A28, Balfour. The applicant is Alyssa and Ian Balfour. The municipal address is 12 Country Club Lane. This public hearing is being held in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act to obtain public comments with respect to the minor variance application submitted by Alyssa and Ian Balfour on lands municipally known as 12 Country Club Lane. Please be advised that this hearing is being digitally recorded for the purposes of the creation of a public record. Only after comments are received from the public, township staff, and requested agencies will the Development Services Committee make a decision on the minor variance application. Madam Deputy Clerk, has there been correspondence received on this matter?
Correspondence from the Township of Oro-Medonte Operations Division, May 9th, Building Division, May 15th, Sue Rose and Jack Lynch, May 21, Horseshoe Valley Property Owners Association, dated May 24 and June 3rd, Township of Oro-Medonte Environmental Services Division, May 28, Jack Lynch and Sue Rose, dated June 2nd. That's the end of the list. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll now turn the meeting over to Catherine McCarroll, Senior Planner, who will explain the purpose and effect of the minor variance application and any written statement received from the applicant. Ms. McCarroll, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. So the subject property is located at 12 Country Club Lane. The property is zoned residential 1, and it's designated low density residential in the Horseshoe Valley settlement area, and the current use of the property is residential. The aerial image is on the left-hand side. You can see the existing single detached dwelling, but what it doesn't show is the addition that they recently did, which is on the north side of the dwelling, which is where they're proposing to put the second apartment. And then the image on the right-hand side shows the public notice sign that was posted adjacent to the road. The applicants are proposing to convert a portion of the basement into a second apartment dwelling unit that's located in the dwelling. So they're requesting variance from section 5.4, apartment dwelling units accessory to a single detached dwelling. So 1 is permitted in an apartment dwelling unit, and they are proposing 2 within the dwelling located in the R1 zone. And section 5.4C, maximum floor area of the apartment dwelling unit to be increased from 70 square meters to 82.3 square meters. On the left-hand side, you can see the applicant's site plan. So the area that is marked in red is where they recently did an addition, and they're proposing to put the second apartment in the basement. And then the image on the right-hand side shows the applicant's floor plan, where they're proposing to use a portion of it as the apartment within that addition. and it shows access, which will be via stairs on the left-hand side. These are the views looking both north and south along Country Club Lane. This is a photo of the existing single detached dwelling and apartment dwelling unit, and that's the view from the road. So when you take a look from the road, it appears to be just one single detached dwelling. It does not appear to be currently 2 units. These photos show the recent addition. So the main level was already approved as an apartment, and they are proposing to convert the basement into a second apartment dwelling unit. And the image on the right-hand side shows the staircase that will access that unit. It is recommended that minor variance application 2024-A28 be approved, as the application meets the 4 tests of the Planning Act and conforms to or is consistent with the applicable provincial, county, and township planning policies, and it represents good planning. All the recommended conditions are listed on the screen. They're all standard conditions, and I'm available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. McCarroll. Now ask if the applicant Alyssa Balfour is present, or via Zoom or in chambers. And if she wishes to speak to the application or make any further comment with regard to the staff report.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, the applicant is not has not connected to Zoom. She's not present.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Was she registered to speak? Do you know, Madam Deputy Clerk?
Yes, she was.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, if she shows up, let us know, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from committee members with regard to the presentation from staff? Mr. Mayor.
Yes, through you, Deputy, to Catherine. Could you help me understand where we sit as far as where does this constitute a triplex, or is it just 2 separate dwelling units, and its ability within the current Planning Act as to how many dwelling units we permit on a property that doesn't have wastewater treatment connection?
Okay, so through you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie, to Mayor Greenlaw. So to answer, because you have 2 separate questions. So the one is, in the township's official plan, we have current policies that allow up to 2 apartment dwelling units in a single detached dwelling, subject to a number of conditions, including that there's the appropriate services. Now, in this case here, they have the private water and they have the communal septic system. We reached out to environmental services prior to actually circulating the notice to confirm that they had no concerns. And they confirmed that, subject to getting a plan that shows the septic tank capacity, they had no concerns with getting an additional unit connected to their communal septic system. So there was no concerns raised in terms of the capacity to accommodate the additional dwelling unit. And sorry, your first portion of your question?
Well, actually, I'll ask another supplemental.
Okay.
So how many homes are connected to this communal septic system?
So through you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie, I'm sorry, that would be a question for environmental services. I'm not sure how many are connected to this particular one.
My concern is if we permit every household connected to that system to go to 3 dwelling units with the number of incremental fixtures that would have to be accompanied for capacity, that brings a concern. And I'm just trying to I know we have a housing issue, and it's a priority of more homes and how we facilitate more occupation units or residential units. But I'm just trying to find out where the balance is here, because my understanding was the 3 separate residential dwellings were based on wastewater process systems, not just a communal tile system. So I'm if I can get clarity of that, it would maybe give me a little better direction as to where I think I would land on this matter.
Mm-hmm. So through you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie, to Mayor Greenlaw, we did discuss this with Environmental Services in terms of whether or not if each dwelling on that road connected 3 dwelling units, would there be any concerns? And at this time for this proposed unit, there are no concerns, but it's part of a larger picture that we're going to have to look at with the proposed provincial changes to allow additional dwelling units. We're going to have to look at, or Environmental Services is going to have to look at capacity, but it was not a concern for this particular one. Thank you.
No, and I appreciate that. I just, my concern is if we do it for one, to be fair and fair to everyone, then everyone on that street should have that opportunity as well if they choose so. And that's where I think I would be more comfortable knowing what the capacity limits are on that communal system before potentially setting a precedent.
Thank you very much. Any further comment? Oh, yes. Councillor Hutchison, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie, through you to Ms. McCarroll. The original square footage of this property was, I think, 1,919 square feet. And using that square footage, I believe, was part of the request for the original request for the first apartment in addition to the home. And now we're asking for a second apartment based on the new square footage. Am I correct in that assumption? I guess what I'm struggling with is if we approve, I don't know, I'm a little worried that we're creating, if you look at it on the whole, we're creating a duplex or a triplex, and we had a situation a couple of years ago with regard to a property in Ward 1 that actually went to OLT, and the case was found that the property did create a duplex. Therefore, the building request was denied. And I'm looking at this in comparison and looking at the numbers, and I think we need to be very careful about what we're creating here in the interpretation of that.
So through you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie, to Councillor Hutchison, I am familiar with the other application that you're referring to, and the design was different for that one. So it was basically split half and half. So you had the apartment, 1 full level, and you had the dwelling unit above. Now this is designed differently, so only a portion of the basement is being used for one of the dwelling units, and a portion of the upper level is being designed for another apartment dwelling unit. They don't quite line up in the typical way that you'd see for a duplex or a triplex. The other thing to keep in mind is the total floor area of both apartments combined is 184.5 square meters. That's for the 2 of them. Whereas the existing dwelling unit, when you factor in the addition and the current square footage, is 277.6 square meters. So even if you combine the 2 apartment floor areas, it is significantly less than the square footage of the existing dwelling.
Thank you very much. Is there a supplemental? No? Councillor Schell, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mayor Greenlaw regarding the tile bed and the septic systems and that. I have to put faith in our environmental people to know what our limits are, and when and if we are going to need to expand, that can be done. So I would put trust in them to manage that for us. Thank you.
I'll respond. Is that okay?
Thank you very much.
No, no,
Mr.
and I respect your comments. That my point of it is what we could be starting, and at what point do we need to expand those tile beds? And the other concern through you, I'll just continue if it's okay with you, Chair. Seeing that each of these units has its own external entrance, does that not constitute a triplex?
So through you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie, Mayor Greenlaw, it's actually a requirement in our zoning bylaw that each unit has to have a separate entrance to the exterior without having a shared space. So it's actually a requirement.
No, thank you, and I appreciate that, and that makes sense. But does it constitute a triplex?
So we typically look at the design. So it's not quite the configuration that you would see for a triplex the way it is, because you have a portion of the lower level as an apartment, the back portion and the remaining is part of the single detached dwelling, and then the full portion of the addition is the previously approved apartment. So it's not quite configured the way you would for a triplex. Neither is the floor area.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I too have a couple of questions, or one question and a clarification. Is there a definition for low density? Because you mentioned that this was it was zoned low density, or did I mishear that?
So to you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie, so it's actually in our official plan that it's designated low density residential
Yes.
within the Horseshoe Valley settlement area. So we have specific policies just for Horseshoe. So that's where that low density came from.
Thank you very much. And to be clear, then, within that low density zoning classification in Horseshoe Valley, up to 2 apartment dwelling units would be permitted.
So that is correct. So in our official plan, within that low density residential, it allows additional dwelling units. And then when you refer to section 4.9 of the official plan, it speaks to wherever additional dwelling units are permitted, a maximum of up to 2 are permitted in the single detached dwelling.
And, okay, so then just walk it back for me one moment. Why are we here for a variance then?
So currently our zoning bylaw has not been updated to reflect our new official plan policies. So as a result, they're applying for a variance to allow the second apartment dwelling unit, and it's slightly oversized as well. So there was the 2 variances.
Okay, thank you very much for the clarifications. Oh, Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie, through you to Ms. McCarroll. So just for another clarification, so in a hypothetical situation, 6 months down the road, the planning staff have done a wonderful job rewriting our zoning bylaw so that it's in conformity to our official plan, which is now in conformity to the Provincial Planning Act and its guiding documentations. That variance may not be required in a hypothetical situation.
So through you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie to Councillor Clark, I'm not too sure exactly what our policies are going to be in terms of floor area for apartment dwelling units. So I can't speak to that because we're going to be doing some research and looking at what other municipalities are doing and examples of what would be best suited, especially looking at previous variances. But yes, that is the idea, is that when our zoning bylaw is updated, it would reflect our new official plan policies, which allow 2 apartment dwelling units in a dwelling.
Thank you very much, Councillor Clark, and thank you, Ms. McCarroll, and Mr. Spagno, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. And I think the question that's been raised by Development Services Committee is one that many municipalities across the province are wrestling with. When there's a provision coming into the Planning Act that would allow for additional residential units as of right, and there hasn't been any justification or clarification as to whether or not there's servicing capacity within municipal water systems or municipal sanitary sewer systems. That is something that needs to be confirmed when we start looking at the update to the zoning bylaw, and it's something that I could say that the majority of municipalities that have constrained servicing capacity or limited servicing capacity are going to have to wrestle with when they're looking at providing for permissions for additional residential units. So this is definitely a a bigger question that needs to be answered and reviewed and looked into.
Thank you very much. Good forward-thinking comment. Madam Dep, are there any further comments or questions with regard to this application? Okay, seeing none. Has anybody registered to speak to the matter?
No, Mr. Mayor, no, Mr. Chair, there were no additional registrations received, and we're still watching the tab, and the applicant is not present.
Okay, thank you. And the
Thank you.
Balfours didn't appear. Okay, you're not the Balfours? No. Thank you very much. The applicant wasn't present, and I just wanted to clarify so you'd have the opportunity if you were. Okay, is there anyone else in chambers who's come to speak to this matter? Seeing no one here present. Any further correspondence received during the course of the hearing, Ms. McCarroll?
No further comments have been received.
Thank you. Madam Deputy Clerk, may we hear the motion, please?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Clark. It is recommended one that DS 2024-077, Catherine McCarroll, Senior Planner, minor variance application 2024A28, Alyssa and Ian Balfour, 12 Country Club Lane, be received and adopted. 2, that minor variance application 2024A28, specifically to permit a second apartment dwelling unit in the existing single detached dwelling with a floor area of 82.3 square meters, 885.5 square feet on lands municipally known as 12 Country Club Lane, Township of Oro-Medonte, be approved subject to the conditions as outlined in DS 2024-077. 3, that the applicant be advised of committee's decision under the Secretary Treasurer's signature.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk. I'll call the vote now. All those in favor? All those opposed? Thank you. The motion is carried. This completes the application process and closes this hearing. The committee wishes to thank all those in attendance for their participation, and a copy of the decision will be mailed to the applicant, agent, and anyone who has submitted written comments or provided oral comments during the hearing in regard to the application. On to item 7D, application 2024A29, Sabet. And the applicant is Fode and Esther Sabet, and the municipal address is 15 Georgina Drive. This public hearing is being held in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act to obtain public comments with respect to the minor variance application submitted by Fode and Esther Sabet on lands municipally known as 15 Georgina Drive. Please be advised that this hearing is being digitally recorded for the purposes of the creation of a public record. Only after comments are received from the public, township staff, and requested agencies will the Development Services Committee make a decision on the minor variance application. Madam Deputy Clerk, has there been correspondence received on this matter?
Correspondence received from the Township of Oro-Medonte Operations Division, May 13, Building Division, dated May 13, Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority, May 23rd and June 5th, Marette Sharp, dated June 4th, 2024, and Rita and Dan Diog, dated June 3rd, 2024.
Thank you very much. I'll now turn the meeting over to Catherine McCarroll, Senior Planner, who will explain the purpose and effect of the minor variance application and a written statement received from the applicant, and we're getting our work out of you tonight. Ms. McCarroll, please take over.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. The subject property is located at 15 Georgina Drive. The property is zoned shoreline residential and designated shoreline in the township's official plan, and the current use of the property is residential. The image on the left-hand side shows an aerial photo. So you can see the dwelling is in the middle of the property, and just to the east, which would be to the south also of the garage, is where they're proposing to put the pool. So it's in between the dwelling and the neighboring property. And the image or the photo on the right-hand side is a view of the property looking from the road, and it also shows the public notice sign that was posted along the fence. The applicants are proposing to install an in-ground swimming pool and are seeking relief to section 5.34B, minimum interior side yard setback, to be reduced from 2 meters to 1.2 meters, and section 5.34C, minimum rear yard setback to the average high water mark, to be reduced from 20 meters to 15 meters. On the right-hand side is the applicant's proposed site plan. So you can see the existing single detached dwelling, which is located in the middle. And between it and the adjacent property to the east, they are proposing to put the swimming pool. So it's long and narrow, and it's on the top of the steep slope that's there. And then another thing that I was going to point out is just the 20-meter setback to the average high water mark is indicated with the dotted red line, and it shows it going through a portion of the pool. The photo on the left-hand side shows the proposed location of the swimming pool. So it would fit between that interior side lot line and the dwelling. And then the photo on the right-hand side shows the view looking south along the easterly lot line. You can see the fence on the one side and the existing dwelling on the right. These two photos show the location of the proposed pool. So the applicant did mark the locations with those stakes. You can see the orange tops of the stakes. They are proposing, based off of their site plan, to keep those hedges that line the property line. It is recommended that the minor variance be approved. I wanted to provide a little bit of a background though, because the report that you would have reviewed recommended deferral on the basis that they had to submit a final slope stability assessment to the LSRCA. This afternoon, we received comments from the LSRCA indicating that they had received the final slope stability assessment, had reviewed it, and were recommending approval of the application. So on that basis, it's recommended that minor variance application 2024 A29 be approved, as the application meets the 4 test of the Planning Act and conforms to or is consistent with the applicable provincial, county, and township planning policies and represents good planning. We have drafted up a list of recommended conditions. They are all standard recommended conditions, including that the applicant obtain a permit from the LSRCA prior to obtaining their pool fence permit. I'm available if there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. McCarroll. Now I'll ask the agents Chris Bowman and Marette Sharp, who are registered to speak to this application, if they wish to provide any further comment or indicate if anything they have to add to the staff presentation. Chris and Marette, please. Are they by Zoom or in present?
We're here.
Oh, you are right there. Okay.
At this point, we have nothing to add.
They are indicating that they have nothing to add. Okay, thank you very much. So you're declining to add anything, to be clear. Thank you. Do you have any, to the committee, do you have any questions with regard to this application? Yes, Mr. Mayor, please.
Thank you. Through you to Catherine, just for accessibility for emergency services to get to the front yard, if necessary, hopefully never, but is there a distance on the other side of the building for accessibility to the front yard?
So through you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie, to Mayor Greenlaw. I'm just pulling up the zoning of the property to confirm the setback. So it's zoned shoreline residential, so the minimum setback is 3 meters from the interior side lot line.
Okay, oh, perfect, that's fine, thank you.
Any other comments or questions from committee? Nope, seeing none.
Excuse me, sorry, did we have to register to say something about this particular
A very timely interruption. Just give me one moment, please. So, Madam Deputy Clerk, is there anyone registered to speak to this matter?
No, Mr. Chair, there were no additional registrations received.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone present in chambers who wishes to speak to this matter? Please come forward and to the podium. Adjust the microphone so you can be clearly heard. And please state your...
Okay.
say
My
your-
name is Dan Doig. We are the immediate neighbor to the east. We've been there about 12 years. There's been about 3 owners that have gone through the property there on that side. Various things have been done with trees being cut down that one individual said wasn't dying, which actually we found out it wasn't. It was because it just ruined his view. And it was unfortunate. We were told that the tree that is of concern, which is we have oak trees that are like 4 feet in diameter. That's big ones in the area, as you saw. The root structure on one particular tree that's right beside the lot line goes underneath that area, probably quite a ways, almost towards the house. And I would say about good 30% or so of the root structure is there. And obviously with a tree, if you build stuff on top of it and it doesn't get water, nutrients, etc., it's going to die away. Fode had said that the tree was dying or decaying. He had someone come and look at it, and we sent some pictures, and it's no different than it's been in the past, which is very healthy all the way around. So part of our concern is that this tree will die if it has such a large structure going over 30% of it. And the other concern is the visual presence, because obviously a pool has to have a 4-foot fence going over it. And the south part, it's hard to tell, although the picture kind of, if you really look at it and think about it, the south east corner of their pool, where the level would be for walking, would be somewhere probably in the neighborhood of 6 feet or so above the existing ground level. So when people are standing there, even with the hedges, we would be seeing them and whatnot. The house is like a marble slate, and so any sound can have a tendency to reverberate. Our bedroom is actually 20 feet from the fence line. And I'm kind of curious how they can build a structure that close when the hedges are about 3 feet wide. And if this is going to be 3.9 feet, most likely those hedges would die. It's just a matter of time, lack of light, water, etc. And then we'd be within a short period of time probably looking at a concrete wall or whatever type of veneer or finish that they would be putting there, as well as a fence, which is required by law code. And of course, there's kids there, and kids are kids, and they'll play like the way kids do. And you know, our bedroom is there, and we have a window that's right there. On that note, actually, they have a generator and 4 air conditioners along the side of the building, and when they are all going, there's noise. And ironically, we have a generator underneath our bedroom, and sometimes it's a quiet one. When it comes on, we actually don't hear it so much. Very oddly, his is kind of loud. And when we didn't have one, when it went on, we couldn't sleep. So a combination of we're going to lose our sound barrier, visibility, we're going to be seeing everything that's kind of going on there, and it doesn't really show it, but we have a patio area that just sits out from the house, and if you just turn your head, you wouldn't even have to turn 90 degrees. You'd be seeing it because this extends quite a way south. And I'm not worried about so much the pool letting go. Construction is well built nowadays. That's not really an issue. It is very close to the top of the hill. Like when you see 50 feet, it's more like probably 20 or so to 22 before it goes down on an angle that you cannot walk down. It is a really steep stairs because that's right beside where we are. There's no human can walk down that. It's that steep. So you know, we had to get a slope analysis when we did something that was twice as far back, and it was just a little 10 by 10 that was attached to the side of the house. So you know, not that we'd worry about the water going, but if it ever did, it would cause a lot of erosion. There has been issues in the past with the neighboring property that completely washed away because of Georgina and the way the water comes down. It kind of pours down our property and down into the lake. So that's a little bit of a concern if there was ever heavy water flood. But back to the trees, the hedges, losing privacy, the noise, that is a concern. As much as somebody can say, and I've built lots of buildings and construction and stuff myself, when you build close to root structures, you know, they can die. And my concern is that what is there now is a hedge. If it dies, then I have no hedge. And planting little trees like this when they're already 8 feet is a concern. If this goes through, I would be very concerned about again, a little bit of the privacy, the buffer, the sound barrier type of thing, and would want to have something in place that if those trees grow in time, fine, but I don't know if they're going to grow because of the proximity too close to a structure. That he would replace them with like a pyramidal style emerald cedars, which are very beautiful, very tall, and that would give some blockage, as well as potentially, if he's doing this, some blockage where his washroom is going, which is going to be running water, and I'm not sure how that's tied in to the house, but I understand there's a toilet in a small change room that's also right there. There's a lot of stuff going on there, right on the house takes up, I don't know, it's 9,000 square feet, 12,000, it's huge, and it takes up a lot of the lot. And down that side, as you can see in the picture, and you can see the air conditioning units in a row. You see one, but there's 4 of them there, and I hope he doesn't put another one. And obviously, the house must be a size to have that, and then the generator. So there's a little bit of a visual thing happening, and you know, this is not a neighborhood where you know, everybody takes care of their place quite nicely. We're concerned about the view. The property value could go down if it ends up somebody looked over and saw all this activity and concrete wall or whatever the way that they would finish the side of it. That's, I guess, our concerns.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, does anybody have any, committee members have any comments or questions with regard to this? Oh, Councillor Schell, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand you're concerned about the trees. I have a bit of an environmental background, and I can tell you that whatever the height of a tree is, that's how far the roots go out.
Okay, thank you very much. Were there any questions or any commentary in the reports with regard to drainage?
So to you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie, there wasn't anything specific to drainage, but there was the slope stability assessment that they had sent to LSRCA for their comments and approval, which they did do. One comment that we were looking at while the neighbor was speaking is we can add a condition that the applicant maintain the existing vegetative buffer that's along the interior side lot line, which would include the hedges that are between the proposed pool and the property line, or replace with similar hedges if they're destroyed during construction. The only one item that wouldn't protect is there is one tree on the neighboring property that is quite large that the root system would expand into underneath this pool. And that's the only one that we wouldn't be able to protect because it's on the neighboring property and we don't regulate tree clearing in general. However, we can add that as a condition.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, please.
Thank you, Deputy. Through you to Catherine, just help me understand how, when you say about the condition of the root system of the tree because it's on the neighboring property. So if it was to die, are you suggesting that it's at the cost of where the pool was built, that owner? Or I wasn't clear on how that's managed, or you can't manage it, is what you're saying.
So through you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie to Mayor Greenlaw. So I wanted to clarify the wording in that condition, and that would be to maintain or preserve the existing vegetative buffer on the interior side lot line. This would be on the subject property.
Okay.
Because that's all that they can deal with. I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Okay, so basically, if it affects something on the other side of the property line, you can't, nothing can be implemented in that manner.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I got my answer. Yeah. Okay. Madam Deputy Clerk, does anybody want to make any comments with regard to this? Yes, Councillor Shell, please.
Yes, thank you, Deputy. If I could reach out to the folks that are here regarding the pool, is there any way that pool could be moved to protect the trees?
Oh, sorry, would you please come to the podium and state your name to respond? Thank you.
That's Chris Bowman. We did have another location for the pool on the property, but it did breach too far close to the slope. So we moved it where it was suggested by both Oro and the Lakes Conservation. So this is where it has been suggested to put.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further comment from anyone? Seeing none. Madam Deputy Clerk, may we have the motion read, please?
Moved by Greenlaw, seconded by Clark. It is recommended.
Oh, excuse me, just one moment. Director Spagno, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. And just in discussion with my colleagues, one option as a condition possibly to take a look at the root system and maybe recommended measures from an arborist to determine whether or not there's any recommendations to through construction to preserve any root system or whatnot through the construction process. I think the one thing that I'd like to make sure that it's very clear, though, that when there's actions that are done on one site which might have an impact on somebody else, that turns into be technically a civil matter if the proof and onus falls on the representatives to say that there has been a situation. But one condition that might be able to be added is that an arborist report be provided that examines the root system and possibly looks at recommendation for protecting the root system that might be crossing over property lines and within the limits of this particular property. That's just for committee's consideration.
Yeah, thank you very much. Generally speaking, I think my only comment at this point is we haven't seen the conditions per se, and normally the committee has the opportunity to look at the conditions. So I think, personally, I'd rather see we do defer the matter until we can see what the conditions are and establish from a due process perspective that we can honestly say we've had a hearing where we've been able to look at the conditions and as a committee duly considered the conditions and the interests of the parties. So my preference would be a deferral.
Proposed pool location. Okay, we're good with that. Thanks, George. 10 and 11.
That would be great, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
So I guess what you're asking for is a deferral versus simply add the recommendations of adding an arborist as part of the process to the motion. Is that what you're suggesting?
I think perhaps there are are all of the conditions expressed in the presentation as we see it?
So to you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie, since the PowerPoint was done, we received comments, probably like 4 something today from the LSRCA, so that's where we drafted the approval wording. Jeanette has all the recommended approval wording ready to go. We did add some suggested conditions based off of the comments received by the neighbor.
Yeah, and to that extent, you know, I don't want to deny that, you know, this committee's decision will be full and final. There are no, Ms. McCarroll, please.
Sorry, would you like me to share our draft approval conditions on the screen so that you can read through them?
Yeah, I think that would be helpful to the committee, and because my concern is that, you know, this committee is now making decisions that are full and final. I don't believe that a neighbor or any resident would have the ability to appeal our decision anymore, as the legislation has changed recently with the passage of new provincial legislation. I'm simply uncomfortable also with regard to due process and whether or not we're fulfilling our duty as a deciding body if we haven't seen the actual recommendations with regard to a motion that we're going to pass that will go into, in essence, law. Oh, Mr. Mayor, please.
No, I think you have some great comments, but I guess I with Bill 185 not fully being past its final vote or even tabled at this point, I would think if the adjacent property, if it directly affected a neighbor, that would be appealable versus a third party. Is that not what?
No, we can clarify with Director Spagno, but a neighbor would be a third party.
Deputy Mayor Lavoie, just to confirm that the third-party appeal rights right now do not exist for neighboring property owners for minor variance applications, and that was under Bill 23. So that has already been done. What's being referenced are changes to Bill 185 that deals with third-party appeals related to municipally initiated planning processes.
Okay, thank you. So we do have a high burden here, I believe. Nonetheless, if we could pass, we could take a look at, if you would give us just one moment, we'll take a look at the conditions and I'll come back to you. Yeah, that's the question. Might want to raise that. committee members, if you can let me know when you've had an opportunity to review the document. Okay, thank you very much. And if you just abide by me for a moment here, and I'll let Councillor Hutchison ask.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. So item G, which is the discussion about the arborist report to review measures to preserve the root system of the tree vegetation in the proposed pool location. Am I clear in that there is an appetite to perhaps see that report before we go ahead with a decision on this?
Speaking for myself, I mean, from what I can understand, there's no lawful obligation for one property owner who's adjacent to another property owner to maintain the tree system of the adjacent neighbor. And I will ask planning staff to comment on that once again.
Deputy Mayor Lavoie, I think, you know, this stems from a few considerations. The first is there may be some form or some technique that an arborist might be able to employ or recommend to save the root system of adjacent trees that are in vicinity to the pool. There might be a benefit to the property owner in doing so because we're talking large trees, and if the root system is damaged, that could be health and safety and could avoid any potential issue for, you know, future civil issue if a tree is to fall down. That might be one avenue and one reason for doing so. But again, to the committee's point, without being arborist and without considering, what technique or what type of recommendation might flow from this, staff aren't experts in the field, and taking a look at that might be worthy of consideration. As I noted, there is some aspect of liability and possibly damage that could occur if the root system is damaged and there is some form of damage to private property or whatnot from a tree falling. So it's definitely within the committee's purview to decide on whether or not to implement that condition. But I think from a review standpoint, it would be a good idea not only to look at it from the root system of the neighboring tree, but also look at it from the perspective of the existing hedgerow or the hedges that are located that are providing a buffer as well. So it's twofold, looking at the root system of the tree, but also the hedges that are there to try to maintain them and to try to look at some recommendation to do that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Spagnol. Could we add to condition G then that such report be provided to the neighbor?
Deputy Mayor Lavoie, what staff can do is provide that report once it's in final form as an appendix to any follow-up report that comes before Development Service Committee.
Thank you very much. So the condition implies that it is a report that's going to be provided to the committee.
Correct.
Thank you very much. All right. Couldn't we, if we were to ask for a deferral to such time as we receive that report, Madam Deputy Clerk, could we maybe amend the existing motion and vote on that deferral first?
Mr. Chair, the draft motion has not been put on the floor at this time. If a member of council would like to move a deferral, deferrals take precedence. And if there is a seconder, then that motion would be voted on first.
Okay, I'll move for a deferral. May I have a seconder?
Chair, so you will be exiting the seat as chair if you're moving, and Mayor Greenlaw would assume to call the vote.
We might have another mover.
Thank you. To the clerk through the deputy, I will, rather than have a square dance at the council table, I will move the motion. Instead of taking over the chair at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. If I can just have a moment to, please, to draft the motion.
Thank you very much. Oh, yeah. Dozy-do.
Oh. Yeah.
Yes, Councillor Clark.
Can I just get clarity from my colleagues across the table on what exactly from that report are we looking for to make our decision? Like, if the tree ultimately is decided that it would be damaged beyond repair, we're going to say no to the minor variance? Is that what I'm getting or what I'm hearing?
Fair question. Fair question. Mr. Mayor?
I think what it's to have a better understanding of what's going to be affected is one, and I don't think we can take into consideration the tree that is. It's more about the hedge line and the protection of not just the aesthetics of the hedge line that's there now, because I think most people agree that a hedge line's not as aesthetically enhancing to a property as a wooden fence. So I think we're looking to see if there's a way that the roots that are adjacent on the property line are maintained.
Councillor Clark first,
Sorry,
please.
just to clarify though, wouldn't that be covered off by recommendation F, that the applicant maintains and preserves the existing vegetative buffer on the interior side lot, or replace with a similar vegetative buffer in the event that it's destroyed occurring? Isn't that already covered off?
To a degree, you're correct. I think what we're trying to do is take a proactive approach of preserving something without damaging and killing off a hedge line that gives visual protection to the adjacent property. And as we all know, that when you plant a new hedge, it's not fully grown and at the height that is desirable to keep privacy between properties.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hutchison, did you have your...
Deputy Mayor Lavoie. No, I think we've covered everything
Okay.
off. I'm sensitive to the closeness of this property. I understand why the neighbors would have concern. And I think just to do our due diligence and for me to make a well-informed decision, I feel that extra information would be very helpful to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And maybe, Councillor Clark, and I appreciate your question, but there is a matter of the actual reduced interior side yard setback. And I think if it can be reasonably presumed that interior yard setback variance would cause damage to another property, maybe we need to know that in order to make our decision. If there were no impact whatsoever by permitting that, then I think we're, at times we consider these things with different weights in our own minds, and I think it's useful to have that information in making that decision, personally. Yeah, I never did, excuse me for a moment, I never did get back to you, did I? No. Did you want to come forward, please, and state your name?
Yes. Good evening. My name is Rita Doig. It's scientifically proven that trees communicate to each other. And this particular tree is majestic, to say the least. It's, I would guesstimate 80 years, 90 years old. So it probably has some historical relevance also, because Barry Terrace is historical in nature. There was a train track and so forth. So aside from the fact that it's majestic, it plays an important part in the communication of the other trees within the whole area. I would imagine our property has an additional 5 huge, beautiful 80, 90-year-old trees. And this is the primary concern I have with, if this tree is damaged, it will be grave to the rest of the trees. So I hope you surely consider the environmental effect this application will have if it does get approved. I'm a nature lover, so I wouldn't want this tree to be hurt in any way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and for the courage of your comments. Chris Bowman, please, you indicated you wanted to speak.
I do appreciate what they're saying about the tree, but we're asking for 2 feet. So if the variance is for 2 feet, so if we move the pool over 2 more feet, the same damage is going to be done to the same tree. But I believe then we don't have to be applying here for this variance. Have to do with the hedge. The hedge is on the neighboring property. I believe you guys have no regulations to whether the neighbor wants to go clear cut that hedge or not. I believe he has free will on his trees to go and cut them out. It's only a hedge. He could do that tomorrow if he'd like to. Our client has said that he wants to maintain those trees. He wants to respect his neighbors. He does want to do everything to keep the neighborly friendship going. You know, the oak tree, yes, it's too bad. It's right there. If it was over 10 more feet, maybe it would be okay. But it is, I don't think there's any law saying that he can't put a pool within that variance. And that tree, there's nothing stopping him from doing that with that tree, which he's, you know, if they wanted to remove the tree so that no damage can be done later on, he's willing to pay for the removal of the tree and replace it with something further away on their property if they would like. He's willing to work with them, do whatever it takes to make this happen. At the end of the day, if it is turned down, all he's going to do is move the pool 2 feet closer to the house, and the same damage is going to be done. We have had an arborist come out. I thought you guys already had the report. There is a report somewhere already that's taken care of. And it does say that, yes, the tree, it's going to be covering about 30% of that tree, which, you know, the kind of rule is 25% of the tree you could probably kill, and the tree will still survive. So it is over top of that limit. And he says about 10 years, that tree, there is a chance that it could eventually come down. There is some already rot up top in it. It's an oak tree with 3, what do you call it? But they usually end up coming over in a big storm because it's got 3 trunks coming out of that tree. So it does say all that in the arborist report. Really, I don't know if there's anything else that we can do to try to protect that tree. You know, it's a shame. I am a tree lover too, so I'm not here to hurt them, but it's, at the end of the day, moving the pool 2 feet is not going to stop the noise. It is not going to stop the impedance. He's sitting here willing to do with whatever you guys would like to do to make this work and keep them happy. But at the end of the day, I think that the damage will probably be done, and hopefully we can find a solution that works for everyone, that works for them, is kind of what we're hoping for.
Thank you very much for your comments. Councillor Schell, please.
Yes, through you to Chris. When I was talking about moving the pool, I was thinking about moving it maybe back toward the road. I couldn't see on the plan exactly where this tree is located in relation. It looked to me like it was near the end of the pool.
No, the tree's on the side of the pool, so if we can't come any closer to there's a garage in the way. So the garage kind of juts out if you see. No matter which way you move the tree, we can't move it closer to the water because of your 15-meter setback from Lake Simcoe Conservation.
Okay.
We can't move it behind the house because then it impedes that 15 meters. So it was their recommendation to put it over there. So we have tried to do what we can to make everything work, but this is kind of, it's too bad, but this is.
Yep, good, thanks. I see that now. Thanks, Chris.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Deputy Clerk, do you have the motion prepared?
So the motion to defer, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
Staff have drafted, moved by Greenlaw, seconded by Hutchison. It is recommended that minor variance application 2024-A29, Vode and Esther Sabet, 15 Georgina Drive, be deferred to provide the applicant with the opportunity to obtain an arborist report to review measures to preserve the root system of the tree and hedge vegetation in the proposed pool location, if that is satisfactory to the mover and seconder.
Is that satisfactory to the mover and seconder? Okay, thank you. May I call the vote, please? All those in favor of the deferral? All those opposed? The motion is carried. So just, I think, just by way of comment, I think what council's indicated it would like to see is, you know, the conditions that are laid out and the arborist report at the time it's available to us. I think it's an opportunity for the parties to find this other resolution with regard to the tree, and if something could be done between those parties, it might facilitate, you know, the pool being in its desired location by way of the applicant's current position. The next time we meet on the matter, did you have a further comment? Yes, please.
Rita Doig. I'll try to keep my composure this time. If I can recommend that the arborist that is chosen by, you know, the actual neighbor who might be affected by this. Mr. Sabat said he had an arborist have a report. To date, we have not seen it because I questioned what he said to us on the phone that it was dying anyways, and I asked for proof. I have not seen it. We haven't seen it. I'm sorry you weren't able to see, and maybe you can see our pictures that we submitted and how beautiful these trees are and so forth, the location. But if I can suggest that, you know, it would be our choice of the arborist, so he's somewhat unbiased, if that's possible.
I think at this point we're willing to accept a report of an arborist. I think by nature or by profession they're required to be neutral in their expression of their professional opinion. And I will ask staff whether or not that is the case.
In addition to the one he's already hired? I'm not sure.
Deputy Mayor Lavoie, staff would be looking for a certified arborist with training in that field, and that would be the requirement that we'd be looking for.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And we've already voted on the matter, so really we have closed the hearing.
Thank you.
Okay, and then we can make points at the next hearing with regard to the continued hearing with regard to the matter. So thank you very much. This completes the application process and closes the hearing. The committee wishes to thank all those in attendance for their attendance, and a copy of the decision will be mailed to the agent, applicant, and anyone who has submitted written comments or oral comments during the hearing with regard to the application. So thank you very much. And we'll move now on to item 7E. Application number 2024A30, Chouinard. Applicant is Roger Chouinard and Julie Boussier of 123 Robinson Street. I hope I've got the names right. I've pronounced them both in English and French. This public hearing is being held in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act to obtain public comments with respect to the minor variance application submitted by Roger Chouinard and Julie Boussier on lands municipally known as 123 Robinson Street. Please be advised that the hearing is being digitally recorded for the purposes of the creation of a public record. Only after comments are received from the public, township staff, and requested agencies will the Development Services Committee make a decision on the minor variance application. Madam Deputy Clerk, has there been correspondence received on this matter?
Correspondence received from the Township of Oro-Medonte Operations Division, May 13, Building Division, dated May 13, Orm Carlos, dated May 14, and the Simcoe Region Conservation Authority, dated May 27, 2024.
Thank you very much. I'll now turn the meeting over to Catherine McCarroll, Senior Planner, who will explain the purpose and effect of the minor variance application and any written statement received from the applicant. Ms. McCarroll, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. The subject property is located at 123 Robinson Street. The property is zoned shoreline residential and designated shoreline in the township's official plan, and the current use of the property is residential. On the left-hand side, there's an aerial photo of the property. You can see, I guess you can see my cursor. The dwelling is located near the shoreline. Now they are proposing to demolish it and build a new dwelling. And then the photo on the right-hand side shows the view of the subject lands from the road. The applicants are proposing to demolish the existing single detached dwelling and build a new dwelling with an attached garage. And they're requesting relief from Table B1, minimum interior side yard setback for a dwelling in the shoreline residential zone, to be reduced from 3 meters to 1.25 meters. And Table B1, Section 5.7A and Section 5.30, minimum setback from the average high water mark of Lake Simcoe, to be reduced from 20 meters to 17.62 meters for the wood deck and 15.85 meters for the wood deck stairs. On the right-hand side, you can see the applicant's proposed site plan. So you have the dwelling that's located in the middle in the gray, with the attached two-car garage that's located closer to the road. And then you can see the setback to the average high water mark that they've indicated with the blue dotted line that goes through the middle of the proposed wood deck. These are the applicant's proposed elevation drawings. So as you can see here, they're proposing a 2-story dwelling with an attached 2-car garage. And these are the applicant's 3D renderings that show the view from all sides of the proposed dwelling. The photo on the left-hand side shows the existing dwelling that's proposed to be demolished. And then the photo on the right-hand side, you can actually see the stakes with the orange top, which is where they're proposing this would be where the garage would be located. And the next photos here show where they're proposing to have the deck, which does encroach into the setback to the average high water mark. So it is recommended that minor variance application 2024 A30 be approved, as the application meets the 4 tests of the Planning Act and conforms to or is consistent with the applicable provincial, county, and township planning policies and represents good planning. All the recommended conditions are listed on the screen, and they all are standard conditions, and I'm available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. McCarroll. Where are we here? Okay, I now ask the agent, Nick Scarrett, and the applicants, Roger Chouinard and Julie Boussier, who are registered to speak to the application if they wish to provide any additional comments or indicate if they want to say anything about the staff presentation. And please just state your name and off you go.
My name is Nick Scare with Innovative Planning Solutions. I'm here with Sydney Daffron. Good evening, Your Worship, Deputy, Council members, staff, and the public. We're happy to be here on behalf of the owners for the proposed minor variance application, municipally known on the lands at 123 Robinson Street in the township of Oro-Medonte. The purpose of this presentation is to provide a brief overview of the proposed development and requested minor variance and seek a decision. Next slide, please. This proposal is to remove the existing detached dwelling and garage and construct a new dwelling with an attached garage in the same location as existing structures with site improvements. You can see that the site is approximately 4,000 square meters in size, has about 27 meters of frontage on Robinson and the same along the shoreline. It is also, majority of it is vegetated, and we're looking to preserve and protect that vegetation with this application. Next slide, please. As mentioned by staff, the official plan designates these lands as shoreline, and the zoning is shoreline residential. Both the official plan and zoning bylaw permit redevelopment of shoreline residential uses in this area. Next slide, please. So this is a little bit of a clearer drawing as a concept that shows the comparison between the existing structure and the proposed dwelling and attached garage. You can see that there's the attached garage on the left side, so the west side of the property, and that garage is actually located 1.1 meters from that west common property boundary. You can also see the existing dwelling that is approximately 15.8 meters from the high water mark. That is with an existing deck and stairs. And then behind that deck and stairs is the dwelling. The proposed dwelling is actually outside of the existing setback. So what is actually closer, or not closer, but what's actually favorable is that the dwelling space is actually being moved back from the lake, and the unenclosed covered wood deck is maintaining the same setbacks as the existing cottage. And then we have the access stairs at about 15.5 meters. So what this does is it helps maintain existing vegetation so we don't have to lose as many trees. We're really favorable of protecting and preserving trees, and as well as enhancing the site. You can see in the dark green areas that those are preserved trees, and we are utilizing the existing circular driveway so that we can, again, preserve those trees. Vegetation that is removed is in red, and proposed is in light green. As you can see, we're looking to buffer that new dwelling from abutting properties, as well as enhancements where the existing driveway is, and enhancements along the shoreline. Next slide, please. Sorry. So our goals for this is to minimize impact, provide areas for improvement while redeveloping a site to a modern dwelling. We believe that this proposal achieves this, and it achieves it through two variances. One, circled, the two yellow circles are the variances proposed. The one on the side yard setback is going from the required 3 meters to 1.25 meters for the attached garage. It is important to note that the new dwelling will be beyond the zoning requirement at 3.2 meters, which allows for additional vegetation in that side yards for buffering, as well as grading improvements. The second variance, as you know, is from the high water mark shoreline setback. And again, that setback that's proposed is to an access stairway, as noted by staff in their presentation. And then you'll see the one directly behind it is an unenclosed covered wood deck at approximately 17 meters. Again, we're looking to enhance the shoreline. We do understand LSRCA's comments with respect to protection, enhancement, and preservation of the shoreline. Next slide, please. So these next two slides will provide a brief justification on the proposed minor variances in relation to the 4 tests. As the committee is familiar, the 4 tests are the guiding principles outlined in the Planning Act and govern how variances are determined. I will briefly overview these for your consideration. The proposed variances meet the intent of both the township official plan and zoning bylaw through the support of policies outlined in the official plan and functional design criteria of the zoning bylaw that supports redevelopment on the shoreline. The lands are designated in zone residential, including single detached dwellings and associated structures, and the proposed redevelopment is functional in all other zoning provisions other than the requested variances that are sought tonight. Next slide, please. And the final two tests are that the proposed variances can be considered desirable and minor. The proposed redevelopment improves existing site conditions and offers opportunities for preservation and protection of existing vegetation. We will support restoration of the shoreline area with no negative impacts to hazard areas or redevelopment impacts to the existing shoreline, provides opportunities for improvement of existing site conditions through a new septic system, grading, and additional vegetation. Next slide, please. In addition to the 4 tests, consideration has also been taken with respect to the lands as they are regulated by the LSPP. The LSPP policies look to improve shoreline areas to contribute to the ecological health of the Lake Simcoe watershed. This development achieves this through thoughtful design and minimization of impacts, and that proposed redevelopment will adhere to LSP requirements through the Lake Simcoe Regional Conservation Authority permit to ensure no structures are placed within the hazard setbacks and no hydrological features are impacted. In conclusion, sorry, next slide. I almost forgot. In conclusion, the application requests a reduction in side yard setbacks for the shoreline and for the removal of the existing dwelling and detached garage for the construction of a new dwelling, new 2-story dwelling, and attached garage with a covered wood deck on the shoreline area. The proposed development promotes efficient use of land, resources, and private services while maintaining compatibility with the surrounding shoreline residential uses. The proposed redevelopment is consistent and conforms with all levels of planning policy, and in my opinion, meets the 4 tests of the Planning Act. Through thoughtful design and consideration of existing features on the subject lands, it is my opinion that the application represents good planning, and we respectfully request approval of this application. We have also reviewed all submitted and received comments and have no questions at this time. Next slide, please. And thank you for your time tonight, and we are available for any questions that you may have.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Members of committee, do you have any questions or comments with regard to this application? Oh, seeing none. Anybody registered to speak to this application via Zoom or in person, Madam Deputy Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The applicants had also registered Roger Chenard and Julie Broussars. She is on Zoom, I believe now. If we can just confirm if they have any additional comments, please.
Yes.
Hello,
Hello.
This is Roger speaking. Thank
We
you.
can hear you.
The only comment I would add is that we did also speak with our neighbors and obtained no objection letters from 4 of the 6 neighbors, I think, who received the application. I think the 5th neighbor had sent in a comment only regarding some electricity matter, but I believe they also said they did not have objection, and the 6th neighbor was not present and we were not able to contact them. But otherwise, I think Nick's presentation covers what we wanted to cover, and I'd ask you if you have any questions. We're here to answer as well.
Thank you very much. That's very diligent of you. Please stand by. Are there any questions for the owner? No, I'm hearing none. And is there anyone present in chambers who came to speak to this matter other than the agent? No, seeing no one. Any additional correspondence being received during the course of the hearing?
No additional comments were received.
Thank you very much. Madam Deputy Clerk, may we now have the motion?
Moved by Greenlaw, seconded by Shell. It is recommended, one, that DS 2024-083, Andy Karaskakis, Manager Planning Services, read minor variance application 2024-A30, Roger Chenard and Julie Besurs, 123 Robinson Street, be received and adopted. 2, that minor variance application 2024-A30, specifically to construct a new single detached dwelling with a reduced interior side yard setback of 1.2 meters, 4.10 feet, west setback to attached garage only, and a reduced setback from the average high water mark of Lake Simcoe of 17.62 meters, 57.8 feet, to the wood deck, excuse me, and 15.85 meters, 52.0 feet, to the wood deck stairs on lands municipally known as 123 Robinson Street, Township of Oro-Medonte, be approved, subject to the conditions as outlined in DS 2024-083. 3, that the applicant be advised of committee's decision under the Secretary Treasurer's signature.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk. Good endurance on that. Are there any comments or questions about the draft motion? Seeing none, I call the vote, please. All those in favor? The motion is carried. This completes the application process and closes this hearing. The committee wishes to thank all those in attendance for your participation, and a copy of the decision will be mailed to the applicant, agent, and anyone who has submitted written comments or provided oral comments during the hearing in regard to the application. With that, we move on to agenda item 7F. The application number 2024-A31, Vezina Carr. The applicants are Daniel Vezina and Elaine Carr, and the municipal address is 2219 Lakeshore Road East. This public hearing is being held in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act to obtain public comments with respect to the minor variance application submitted by Daniel Vezina and Elaine Carr on lands municipally known as 2219 Lakeshore Road East. Please be advised that this hearing is being digitally recorded for the purposes of the creation of a public record. Only after comments are received from the public, township staff, and requested agencies will the Development Services Committee make a decision on the minor variance application. Madam Deputy Clerk, has there been any correspondence received on this matter?
Correspondence received from the Township of Oro-Medonte Operations Division and Building Division, both dated May 13, Kelly Clune, dated May 21, and Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority, dated May 24, 2024.
Thank you very much. I'll now turn the meeting over to George Vadaboncourt, Manager, Planning Special Projects, who will explain the purpose and effect of the minor variance application and any written statement received from the applicant. Mr. Vadaboncourt, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be presenting minor variance application 2024-A31. The subject property is located at 2219 Lakeshore Road East. It's zoned shoreline residential. The official plan designates the property shoreline, and the current use is residential. Next slide, please. The image on the left shows the property at 2219 Lakeshore Road East. The subject property is 0.133 hectares or 0.32 acres in size. It has 18.5 meters of frontage or 68.9 feet of frontage. The image on the right shows the notice sign posted adjacent to the roadway. Next slide, please. The applicants are proposing to demolish an existing 34.8 square meter or 374.6 square meter accessory garage and replace it with a 62.4 square meter or 671.9 square feet single story accessory building. And you can see the image on the right, the location of the new garage. They are seeking minor variance because they'd like to locate the new garage in the same location as the existing garage, and they require a minor variance to the front yard or front lot line setback. The required is 24.6 feet or 7.5 meters, and they're proposing 4.1 meters or 13.4 feet. Next slide, please. This image on the screen shows an artist rendition of the proposed garage. The applicants are also proposing to demolish the small cottage on the site and replace it as well, but the subject of tonight's public hearing is pertaining to the garage, and that gives you a 3D image of the garage. Next slide, please. These images show you the elevations of the proposed garage. Next slide, please. These images show the roadway, Lakeshore Road East, looking northeast on the left image, and on the right, looking southwest on Lakeshore Road West. Next slide, please. The images on this screen on the screen show on the left-hand side the existing garage to be demolished, and in the center a picture of the existing cottage to be demolished. And then the image on the right is the property line, and you can see the mature hedge along that property line. Next slide, please. On visiting the site, a number of the garages along this section of Lakeshore Drive are in the same location as what's being proposed. The slide on the left shows the existing garage, and then the neighbor's garage to the east. And then you can see the center image shows the neighbor's garage to the west. And then further west on Lakeshore Drive is another garage that is just being finished or just being completed. So they're all in about the same location, setback from Lakeshore Drive. And the next slide, please. So this shows a closer image of where the garage would be located. You can see the existing garage, and then the garage would be located closer to the existing hedge. Next slide, please. So it's being recommended that minor variance application 2024 A31 submitted by Daniel Vezina and Elaine Carr to permit a reduced front yard setback for a new detached garage at 2219 Lakeshore Road East be approved on the basis that it meets the 4 tests of a minor variance under the Planning Act. It's in conformity and consistent with applicable provincial, county, and township planning policies and represents good planning. Staff are recommending a number of conditions of approval listed on this slide and in the staff report. Mr. Chair, that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vedaboncourt. I now ask the applicant, Daniel Vezina, who is registered to speak to the application, if he wishes to provide any comments or add anything to the staff presentation. Please come forward and state your name, sir.
Hi, I'm Daniel Vezina, and I have nothing to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are you related to the goalie?
No.
All right. Any committee members, any questions for staff or the applicant? Seeing none. And I just can I go back to the pictures of the garage for a moment, please, that were taken on the roadway? I just go back one more again. Okay, stop there. No, yeah, forward again. Okay, so just for clarity, I just wanted to point out that we're looking northeast on Lakeshore Road West. East, okay.
East, yeah.
And we're looking southwest on Lakeshore Road East. No, not that it's only because it's a hearing. Okay. back to the conditions, please. So is there anyone registered to speak from the public on this matter, Madam Deputy Clerk?
No, Mr. Chair, there were no additional registrations received.
Okay, and is there anyone else here in chambers who wishes to speak to the matter? Seeing that there are none. Any additional correspondence received during the course of the hearing?
No additional comments were received.
Thank you very much. Any final comments or questions from the committee? Seeing none, may we now have the motion, please, Madam Deputy Clerk?
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Clark. It is recommended one, that DS 2024-068, George Vadabancourt, Manager Planning Special Projects, Minor Variance Application 2024-A31, Daniel Vizina and Elaine Carr, 2219 Lakeshore Road East, be received and adopted. 2, that minor variance application 2024-A31, specifically to permit a detached garage with a setback of 4.1 meters, 13.4 feet from the front lot line on lands municipally known as 2219 Lakeshore Road East, Township of Oro-Medonte, be approved, subject to the conditions as outlined in DS 2024-068. 3, that the applicants be advised of the committee's decision under the Secretary Treasurer's signature.
Thank you very much. Any questions with regard to the draft motion? Seeing none, I call the vote, please. All those in favor? The motion is carried. Please enjoy your garage and go Habs. This completes the application process and closes this hearing. The committee wishes to thank all those in attendance for your participation, and a copy of the decision will be mailed to the applicant, agent, and anyone who has submitted written comments or provided oral comments during the hearing in regard to the application. With that, we move on to item 7G, which is application 2024-A33, Fillmore. The applicants are Glenn and Amy Fillmore, and the municipal address is 11 Richelieu Road. This public hearing is being held in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act to obtain public comments with respect to the minor variance application submitted by Glenn and Amy Fillmore on lands municipally known as 11 Richelieu Road. Please be advised that this hearing is being digitally recorded for the purposes of the creation of a public record. Only after comments are received from the public, township staff, and requested agencies will the Development Services Committee make a decision on the minor variance application. Madam Deputy Clerk, has there been any correspondence received on this matter?
Correspondence received from the Township of Oro-Medonte Operations Division and Building Division, both dated May 13, Severn Sound Environmental Association, dated May 16, 2024.
Thank you very much. And now turn the meeting over to George Vadabancourt, Manager Planning Special Projects, who will explain the purpose and effect of the minor variance application and any written statement received from the applicant. Mr. Vadabancourt, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be speaking to minor variance application 2024-A33. It pertains to a property located at 11 Richelieu Road in the Warminster settlement area. The zoning of the property is residential 1. The official plan designates the property rural settlements, and the current use is residential. Next slide, please. On this slide, you'll see an image on the left, and that's an aerial of the property at 11 Richelieu Road. The property is 0.148 hectares or 0.38 acres in size. It has 24.4 meters or 80 feet of frontage. The image on the right is a picture of the home with the sign, the public notice sign posted in proximity to the road. Next slide, please. The applicants are proposing to construct a two-bay garage to be attached to the existing dwelling. The proposed garage is 71.3 square meters in size, or 768 square feet. And the applicants need relief from the interior yard setback requirement. The requirement is 2.5 meters or 8.2 feet, and they're proposing 1.5 2 meters or 5 feet. And the image on the, excuse me, the image on the right shows the applicant's site plan and with the attached garage delineated and the proposed setback located there. Next slide, please. This slide shows the applicant's elevations, and you can see how the garage is going to be attached to the existing property. Next slide, please. So these images show the Richelieu Road looking south on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side is Richelieu Road looking north. Next slide, please. So these images on the left that show you the driveway and where the garage is to be located, and it's as indicated in the rendition, it's going to be attached to the side of the house on the left-hand side. The image on the right shows the accessory building in the rear yard, a small lean-to, and an ice fishing hut. I just want to speak to the two sea containers that you can just see on the image on the left. Those two containers are going to be removed from the property prior to formal occupancy being granted to the new garage. Next slide, please. So in this these images here, you'll see the setback of the neighbor's garage. This garage was subject to a minor variance application a number of years ago, and it's very similar in distance to the property line. And you can also see a closer view of the shipping containers. The image in the center gives you a little bit longer view from the road, and then the image on the right is basically the roof line of the neighbor's garage from the road. Next slide, please. Staff are recommending that minor variance application 2024 A33 submitted by Glenn and Amy Fillmore to permit a reduced side yard setback for a new attached garage at 11 Richelieu Road be approved on the basis that it meets the 4 tests of a minor variance under the Planning Act. It is in conformity and consistent with the applicable provincial, county, and township planning policies and represents good planning. Staff are recommending a number of conditions of approval listed on this slide and the following slide and in the staff report. And I've already spoken to one unique condition, and that is that the 2 shipping containers be removed from the property prior to occupancy being granted for the addition. Mr. Chair, that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vadaboncourt. I now ask the applicant, Glenn Fillmore, who's registered to speak to the application, if he wishes to provide comments or add anything further to the staff presentation. Mr. Fillmore, please. Just step up to the mic and state your name.
Glenn Fillmore. My only question is, it says occupancy of the garage dwelling, the sea containers need to be removed. That's after the garage is done, right? Because that is the purpose of having them. I need those for storage, and that's what we thought it was, right? Okay. No, I don't have.
I think that might be the case. Can you get them out of the yard after the garage is built?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. I didn't have anything else to add.
Okay. Well, thank you very much,
you.
Mr. Fillmore. We'll call you back up if we have a question.
Okay. Thank you.
Any questions or comments to the applicant or staff? Seeing none. Madam Deputy Clerk, has anybody registered to speak to this matter in Zoom or in person?
No, there were no additional registrations received, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Anybody communicated with us during the course of the hearing about this matter?
No additional comments were received.
And is there anyone else here who wants to speak to this matter? No, there is none. Madam Deputy Clerk, may we hear the motion?
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Shell. It is recommended, 1, that DS 2024-069, George Vadaboncourt, Manager, Planning, Special Projects, Minor Variance Application 2024-A33, Glenn and Amy Fillmore, 11 Richelieu Road, be received and adopted. 2, that Minor Variance Application 2024-A34, A33, specifically to permit an attached garage with a setback of 1.50 meters, 5.0 feet from the interior side lot line on lands known municipally as 11 Richelieu Road, Township of Oro-Medonte, be approved, subject to the conditions as outlined in DS 2024-069. 3, that the applicant be advised of committee's decision under the Secretary-Treasurer's signature.
Thank you very much. Any comments with respect to the draft motion? Seeing none, call the vote, please. All those in favor? The motion is carried. This completes the application process and closes this hearing. Committee wishes to thank all those in attendance for your participation, and a copy of the decision will be mailed to the applicant, agent, and anyone who has submitted written comments or provided oral comments during the hearing in regard to the application. Item 7H. Oh, sorry. Madam Deputy Clerk, what did I?
My apologies, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering if the committee would consider a motion to go past the 4-hour adjournment requirement, please.
My goodness, that's true. We did have that closed session meeting. May I have a motion, please, to go past 4 hours?
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Clark. It is recommended that Rule 14.20A, as per the procedural bylaw number 2023-043, be suspended in order to allow the meeting to proceed past the 4-hour adjournment requirement.
Thank you very much. All those in favor?
Thank you.
The motion is carried. Thank you for that procedural assistance. Application 2024A27 Brown, Michael and Kelly Brown of 2299 Lakeshore Road East. This public hearing is being held in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act to obtain public comments with respect to the minor variance application submitted by Michael and Kelly Brown on lands municipally known as 2299 Lakeshore Road East. Please be advised that this hearing is being digitally recorded for the purposes of the creation of a public record. Only after comments are received from the public, township staff, and requested agencies will the Development Services Committee make a decision on the minor variance application. Madam Deputy Clerk, has there been any correspondence received on this matter?
Yes, correspondence received from Alderville First Nation dated May 16, Township of Oro-Medonte Operations Division dated May 24, Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority dated May 24, and Township of Oro-Medonte Building Division dated June 5th, 2024.
Thank you very much. I'll now turn the meeting over to Brent Spagnell, Director, Development Services, who will explain the purpose and effect of the minor variance application and any written statement received from the applicant. Mr. Spagnell, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. The application before committee is related to 2229 Lakeshore Road East. The property is zoned shoreline residential and designated shoreline, and the main use on the property is residential. As you can see from the photos provided in the presentation, the property is located along Lake Simcoe. The photo on the left just provides an aerial depiction of what is on the property. I'd like to draw attention to the fact that there is residential, lakeshore residential uses that are located to the east and west of the property, along with to the north. In addition to that, I would also like to draw attention to the location of buildings that are situated along the properties on the road, and the established building line of those properties from an accessory structure perspective and from a garage perspective. In that, as part of the report, it goes over what the established built line is from a setback perspective from the front yard. So I'd just like to draw committee's attention to that aspect. The visual on the right shows is a photo showing looking at the subject property from the street, from facing the front yard. The purpose of the picture is really to articulate and show the significant or substantial hedge, cedar hedge that's located on the property, along with the placard that's been provided, which has provided notice for the proposed minor variance. The purpose of the minor variance is essentially to allow for a larger accessory building. The proposed relief is looking for a structure having a total gross floor area of 113.7 square meters or 1,240 square feet. Proposing a height of 6.1 meters or 20 feet, and that is to the midpoint between the eaves and the peak. The application is also proposing variances from a front yard setback moving from 7.5 meters to 2 meters, and also an interior side yard or lot line setback of 1.2 meters in place of 2 meters as required under the zoning bylaw. And then additionally, there's also provision for relief for coverage for 8.5% lot coverage in place of 5% as required or as permitted as a maximum under the zoning bylaw. Next slide, please. Provided in the depiction here are some rough drafts of the elevation as to what the proposed accessory structure would look like. I'll note that the height is being proposed for a lift system associated with the storage of classic vehicles and additional storage with respect to items that are collected as incidental to the residential use. Next slide, please. The picture on the left is showing the general location for the structure, and you'll see that there are various items that are being currently stored on the property. The idea is that those items would be stored indoors, along with the removal of the temporary tent structure that you can see that's sitting right next to the 2 pine trees closer to the cedar hedge. The picture on the right essentially shows the same items, including a car that is being stored under the temporary tent structure as well. I think the other component to this as well is that it's important to note that the existing residential dwelling on the property does not have a garage as part of the structure. So the idea is to move things, vehicles and items incidental to residential use indoors as opposed to having them stored outside. And again, the photo to the left shows looking inward from the street. Again, you can see the items off to the right side. And then the visual on the right also shows the mature cedar hedge facing south from Lakeshore Road. Again, the purpose of both photos is to demonstrate that there is not a garage available as part of the dwelling, and also to show the vegetated feature on the front property line. So staff have reviewed all information in its entirety with respect to the proposal and are recommending approval of the minor variance. In staff's opinion, the minor variance is considered to meet to conform to the official plan designation in that its accessory structures or incidental to the residential use are permitted. Staff are of the mindset that and of the opinion that the proposed minor variance meets the general intent of the zoning bylaw, as it would provide for an accessory structure that remains subordinate and incidental to the residential use. I note that the total square footage is less than that of the residential dwelling, and the height is less as well. So from a visual perspective and from a built form perspective, it remains subordinate. From the perspective of coverage, the property is about 18 meters in width, and I believe it is, if my memory serves me correct, about 0.15 hectares or 0.33 acres. So it's a smaller property in that the ability to locate a structure that would meet the coverage provision would be limited to begin with. However, based on the property characteristics, based on the setbacks that are being proposed, staff is of the opinion that the intent of the bylaw is being met, as the proposed building accessory structure will not represent overcrowding, as there's access within the property to park cars and have turning movements, also to provide access to the lake side of the property. And in addition to that, the proposed front yard setback is consistent with the location of other accessory garages that are located along the street. So on that basis, staff is of the opinion that the general intent of the zoning bylaw is being met. From an appropriateness standpoint, there are not any negative impacts that are anticipated as a result of the structure, as it's to be used for uses incidental to the residents. In addition to that, the cedar hedge that's currently located along the front portion of the property and the interior lot line also provides for visual buffer from the face and the wall of the building. So all of that information considered, staff are of the opinion that the application is considered to be minor and passes, in staff's opinion, the 4 tests, subject to standard conditions related to conditions that require that the building continue or be utilized for residential purposes, not for home industry or home occupational uses. In addition to that the building be pinned so that the location is verified from the front yard setback, the front setback, and the interior lot line setback. And in addition to that, the preservation of the existing cedar hedge to ensure that it's preserved in its current state, but if for some reason it gets damaged or perished, that it gets replaced with a similar type of vegetation at a similar height. That concludes staff's presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Spagnol. Now ask the applicant, Michael Brown, to speak to the application if he wishes to provide comments or indicate anything to be added to the staff presentation. Mr. Brown, please come forward and state your name.
My name is Michael Brown. Actually, he's covered everything very, very well, in depth, my whole intentions, and with the preservation of the hedges and that. And I have done some more due diligence in having an arborist come in and have a look at the hedges, understand how my distance is away from them. So I'm going to take those into consideration and add a couple of feet extra so I can make sure I preserve those hedges.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your comments, Mr. Brown.
Thank you for staying a little extra.
Oh, no worries.
Appreciate it.
It's all part of this well-paid job. Committee members, do you have any comments or questions with regard to this application? Okay, seeing none. Is there, Madam Deputy Clerk, is there anyone registered via Zoom or in person who wishes to speak to this matter?
No, Mr. Chair, there were no additional registrations received.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else here who wishes to speak to this matter? Perhaps no? Seeing no one? All right. Any additional correspondence received during the course of the hearing?
No additional comments were received.
Thank you very much. May we now hear the motion, Madam Deputy Clerk?
Moved by Greenlaw, seconded by Hutchison. It is recommended, 1, that DS 2024-081, Brent Spagnol, Director, Development Services, minor variance application, 2024-827, Michael Brown, 2299 Lakeshore Road East, be received and adopted. 2, that minor variance application, 2024-827, be approved subject to the conditions outlined in DS 2024-081 to specifically provide relief from Bylaw 9795 as amended on lands municipally known as 2299 Lakeshore Road East, Township of Oro-Medonte, to permit an oversized accessory building garage shop as follows. Front yard setback of 2.0 meters, 6.5 feet. Interior lot line setback of 1.2 meters, 4.0 feet. Maximum height of 6.1 meters, 20.0 feet. Maximum floor area of 113.7 square meters, 1,224.0 square feet. Maximum lot coverage of 8.5%. 3, that the applicant be advised of committee's decision under the Secretary Treasurer's signature.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions with regard to the draft motion? Seeing none, may I call the vote, please? All those in favor? The motion is carried. This completes the application process and closes this hearing. The committee wishes to thank all those in attendance for your participation, and a copy of the decision will be mailed to the applicant, agent, and anyone who has submitted written comments or provided oral comments during the hearing in regard to the application. Thank you very much, and with that, we move on to item 8A. Does anybody want to take a break before closing the meeting, or are we okay to move ahead? We're okay to move ahead? Bob does? Yeah. Okay. May we please have a motion for item 8A, please?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Hutchison. It is recommended one, that DS 2024-082, Brent Spagnell, Director, Development Services, fee refund requests, Big Cedar, 2024-A17 and 2024-A23 options report be received and adopted. 2, that staff proceed with option blank as outlined in DS 2024-082.
Thank you very much. Members of the committee, the floor is open for discussion. Any questions or comments with regard to this matter? Mr. Mayor, please.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. I would just was wondering if Ms. McCarroll could speak to this item, or Mr. Spagnell, in regards to the NBCA mapping has been changed. It hasn't been finalized, is my understanding yet. It will come sometime in the fall. But where I think the clarity is once the NBCA boundaries are moved back, can you explain that a lot of those residents all still exist within the EP land, so the process still has to go through an application, which ends up taking staff time to process that application. So I think that's where we need to have some better understanding as to the boundaries of the NBCA being removed does take one component out, but there still remains a component that would require an application. And if we remove the application fee from everything that has to come forward because it's EP land, to be consistent, we would have to engage that throughout the township.
Deputy Mayor Lavoie, through you to Mayor Greenlaw. Yeah, any changes to any provincial mapping or NVCA mapping from an environmental perspective requires the township to go through a zoning update process, which is a larger process, and it's a process that is more comprehensive in nature. It takes some time to go through that process to adjust the zoning bylaw to reflect whether it be provincial mapping, conservation authority mapping. There's an additional process that has to happen. So even if that mapping were to occur and that change was to occur tomorrow, the township would still need to go through the process of revising the EP zone over essentially, I'll just say 50% of the development, revising that EP zone to a residential zone that would allow for things like additions to houses or the construction of carports and things of that nature. So even though there might be a change on the horizon to environmental mapping, the township's documents and instruments from a zoning perspective still need to catch up and be amended to reflect those changes. And as I said, that doesn't happen overnight. So in the meantime, again, even if the environmental mapping was to be altered or revised, minor variance applications still would be required for any of those residential dwellings that are located within the EP zone. And there would be staff resources required to review and process those applications. So at the end of the day, and essentially to the equity standpoint as it relates to the same treatment to other ratepayers, other property owners, In the event that there is some form of a mapping change that's on the horizon, where it could revise the EP zone of someone's property as something different, I would say yes, that in the same circumstance, the same treatment would be required in order to deal with that specific situation as well. But from an application standpoint, Mayor Greenlaw, you're correct that even if the mapping were to be changed and the EP was to be removed from the entire piece, that you're correct in that a minor variance application still would be required if, for example, if that change was to happen tomorrow, because it takes time for zoning bylaws and whatnot to be amended to catch up.
Okay, so just a supplemental, if you don't mind. So the NBCA, from the communication we received, was that they have moved their boundaries back, but that does not change the classification of the land. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mayor Greenlaw. That would not change the zone classification. They would still require a minor variance in order to allow for those normal additions that would happen if the lands were zoned for residential purposes. The other factor to this as well, not to confuse things with the matter, but there is also NVCA regulated area that takes up a portion of the property as well. So that's another layer of NVCA approval that would be required through a permitting system. And in addition to that, when looking at the options that are available to the property owners, there would be three options that could be presented, and there's two other options other than a minor variance application that could be considered. One is essentially a private application to rezone the lands from EP to a site-specific exception that matches the agricultural rural exception 7 zone. What would typically be required in those instances is an environmental impact study, just to verify that there's no negative impact to the natural environment. But in addition to that, there may also be the need for a hazard land study to deal with flooding and things like that that would need to be considered through that process. That said, there is an avenue that Big Cedar could take to expedite the zoning process so that they did not have to come to Development Services Committee with a minor variance for additions to houses and carports. And then the other avenue, as I spoke to earlier, is the updating of the township zoning bylaw, which needs to be brought into conformity with the new official plan. And again, that takes some time. And in order for that to be facilitated, there would have to be a formal request. And again, during that time frame, even though the municipality has the request, the timing of when that gets approved wouldn't happen, the day after the request comes in. There would have to be a measure or some option for residents within Big Cedar to come in to go and do what they want to do from an addition standpoint, and that would be the minor variance route. So there are options available. Things take time, and every one of those options requires staff resources to review and bring recommendations forward that have consideration for all the policy documents that are in place.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Spagnol. Councillor Hutchison, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, through you to Mr. Spagnol. So when you say a request comes, that would have to come from the association that's related to Big Cedar Estates. Am I correct in that?
Through Deputy Mayor Lavoie to Councillor Hutchison. Yes, the request would have to come in from the association because they're the representative of multiple, owners and residents within the property. So that would have to come from the association. And then again, the extent to what that looks like could be a request, through the township's zoning bylaw update process. And again, the timing of that is unknown just because of other factors such as resources and work plans and things like that to carry things forward. So, okay. And just to note as well, there is a public meeting process required for a site-specific or a private amendment to the zoning bylaw, and it's the same process from a public meeting perspective related to a zoning update as well, from the township's perspective. It was municipally initiated.
So, sorry, I
Thank
had
you
a
very much.
supplement.
And the supplemental, yes.
Supplemental, thank you. So, with the $700 that's charged per application currently, when we're speaking specifically about these applications coming from Big Cedar, where we have sort of this layer of the NBCA and then the EP under that, do any of the funds from that $700 go to NVCA, or does that completely cover, or does it even allow us to recover our costs from our end?
That's for you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie, to Councillor Hutchison. The $700 covers staff resources, the township fees. The other point I'd like to add as well, that's referenced in the report, is on the private application side of things. If accompanied with an EIS and obtaining support from the NVCA or the Environmental Association having jurisdiction over that particular application, when reverting from an EP zone to a residential zone, for example, the fees are actually waived because now it's been demonstrated that the EP zone was not required. And that support actually waives the private application fee that could be submitted by proponents such as Big Cedar as well. So that's another layer to this from a refund perspective. And that's actually built right into the fees and charges bylaw for planning application fees as well.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And just for clarity, the two minor variance fees that were instances here, neither of them paid a fee to the NVCA, is that correct?
Deputy Mayor Lavoie, that's my understanding, is that they have not paid a fee to the NVCA, and that said the NVCA didn't object to the applications either. So as part of their just regular review.
Correct, and I think it was because these two properties were not actually within their zone, their mapping zone. So I think what's come from this is that there are a number of options available to Big Cedar in order to free itself from this concern of having to pay fees to do minor variances that otherwise properties that are not in EP zones would be able to avoid. And I think what we're hearing from this discussion is that any other property in Oro-Medonte that, or part of a property where someone wanted to build on it, would have to seek a minor variance to do so. If all of or part of the property where the undertaking was located would have to pay the same fee. So I think it's important for us to maintain consistency across the township. So in terms of a motion for this, can you identify what our options might be?
Yes, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. So as far as the report goes, option one outlines and it provides options for council's Development Services Committee's consideration. Ultimately, these can be revised based on, the thoughts and the comments and the view of the committee. The first option is that the fees be refunded for both applications. The second option is that staff refund the fees for both applications, and that Big Cedar Park be notified that further refunds will not be provided for additional minor variance applications, and that the request for the fee refunds for both minor variance applications be refused. And as I said, this is an options report for committee's consideration. Revisions to those options can be made at the committee's will.
Thank you very much. Councillor Schell, please.
Yeah, yes, thank you, Deputy. Through you to Mr. Spagnol, my understanding is that this is all regarding Big Cedar Estates because they're in an entire community that's within environmentally protected area, and NVCA is talking about moving the setbacks in that community only, not throughout the township. Is that correct?
Through you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie, to Councillor Schell. It's not just with respect to this community in particular. The mapping is being adjusted through those reviews. And that said, I mean, approximately half of the property is located in EP zone, but to the north of the property, there's evaluated and unevaluated wetlands. And then the other component of this is that I forgot to mention as well is that the township's new official plan revised the designation within the developed area from greenlands to a residential designation. So the official plan designation has been revised. That in essence, and I'd add, that makes it a little bit easier for a private application for zoning as well, because now you've got the official plan designation in place for the zoning to align with as well. And I just want to make that point, but from the mapping side, it's not just related to this one area. It's overarching mapping that's being looked at.
That's good information. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Schell. First, Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. And I think this conversation came up because we had these applications come up, and I had made mention of I felt from watching previous development services meetings with the previous council, there was a pattern of this reversal or the waiving of these fees. And I'm just wondering sort of historically how this came about, because Big Cedar Estates has been here for a long time, and I would think that they had been paying these fees for the applications for some time. So I'm just trying to get a sense of when this started taking place and why, and that got us to this place where we now have to make a decision about it.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie, to Councillor Hutchison. Not being fully familiar with the history of how we arrived to this situation, I have seen instances in my previous experience where there's been mapping changes where environmental setbacks have been expanded, or there's additional information that may say that gets picked up, that a development gets picked up in, say, for example, a floodplain, and then zoning gets adjusted to reflect that without ground truthing what's actually on the ground. And then what ends up happening is you've got a zone that applies to something that's been in existence prior to when the new policy came into place. So in a lot of instances, what the end or what the objective is in those instances, and not saying it happens like this all the time, is that eventually those uses in those maybe environmental sensitive areas might not exist and they might not expand anymore. However, in this case here, we're a situation where the use is not going anywhere, and with something of this magnitude, that rarely happens. So just speaking from previous experience, I've seen situations where provincial mapping or authority mapping may extend out over a piece or out of a development, a zone is placed on it, and then that establishes a prohibition on certain types of development within those pieces.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So I think to bring some sort of historical clarity, I think how it was perceived by many was the reason these applications had to be presented was because it was the NVCA mapping. When the NVCA mapping was maybe a layer that caused the confusion, and the application, the $700 fee, is actually a township fee. It's not an NVCA fee. That would be a separate fee that they have not charged because of their mapping, but it's the underlying zoning of that land. And this is what I think that is the process we need, or us and Big Cedar need to initiate to get that zoning changed. But what's happening, and I don't want to be disrespectful to any of the residents in that community, but when the application gets initiated and we're not at our applications are not based on 100% cost recovery, we have to engage staff to go through the process. So unfortunately, we need to fix the underlying issue with the zoning rather than constantly reverse something because we're not being consistent with all the constituents within the municipality.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Spagno, please. Or
Deputy Mayor Levoy, I just refer it over to Ms. Teeter.
okay, you yielded the floor to the Deputy Clerk, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Humphreys had registered to provide verbal comments. Because the item is under reports of municipal officers, the committee would need to consent to allow him to provide additional comments for clarification if that is committee's desire.
Is it our desire to have Mr. Humphreys comment? Mr. Mayor, please.
I think it's important that we listen to our constituents, so I'm open to have him provide comments in regards to before we vote on this matter.
Okay. May I have a motion for that, please? I'm presuming because we're adjusting procedure, or are we okay
It's upon council's consent, so it'll be noted in the minutes if the committee consented to allow him to provide comments for additional information only.
Okay, so there's no vote required.
Thank you, correct.
Thank you very much. The chair consents. Can you put Mr. Humphreys through, please?
Yeah.
Thank you, at your convenience. Oh, I see a name. And
yep, I'm here.
hello.
I've been listening. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have been listening with great interest. I have been in the park now for about 4 or 5 years. I was, when I did an addition to my property in 2022, I did go through this process and the $700 was refunded to me at that time. Following that time, because of all of the new computer gadgets and everything with the cloud permit, I was asked on behalf of folks in the park if I would do the cloud permit applications for them because everything has moved that direction. And so I have worked since then with the Hands in 2022 and with the McDonald's in 2023. And both of those were refunded. And I can tell you that I and both of them paid money to the Nottawasaga Conservation Authority because we had to go through them and get their permit as well. And that was in addition to the zoning application fee or the variance fee that we paid at $700. Now, then this year, these two that we're talking about, these two applications came to me and asked me if I would put it through the cloud permit, which I did. The one at Oak Place, when we contacted the Nottawasaga Conservation Authority, they were very, very nice to me, and they said, they are 3 feet outside our line, you don't have to worry about it. And we all clapped and said that was hooray, we didn't have to go through there because the line was just below that property. And then the one at 15 Maple is in the Nottawasaga Conservation Authority. And when we contacted them, they were the ones that came back to us and said, oh, you don't have to worry, because that we applied about April the 15th. On April the 1st, they said that the Nottawasaga had changed their boundaries, and therefore we no longer needed their approval because the line was reduced from, I forget, it was 100 or 150 meters to 40 meters or something, which therefore left 15 Maple outside of the Nottawasaga Conservation. So historically speaking, my understanding is that the Nottawasaga Conservation Authority and the variance approval for the EP zoning were two separate things, because initially when I did mine, when I did the other two, we paid $700 to the township, plus I think it was $214 to the township, which went to Nottawasaga Conservation Authority, which was never returned. And their process would not start for their approval until we had the township variance approval approved, and then the Nottawasaga would look at us, and then they would take anywhere from 2 to 4 months to get us back to approval before we could proceed with getting our permit for our building permit. So that's the history of it. So everything since I have been involved in 2022, the funds have been returned. Now, having said that, under the former council, I had conversations with the former mayor back in 2021 about the opportunity to come up with a blanket variance, for want of a better terminology, where we have one variance that covers the whole park. And it looked like it had consideration, and he took that consideration through to council. And at that time, council were advised, and so were we, by the planning department at that time, that said, it'll be about a year and we will have this all taken care of because we're adjusting all our zoning, and the costs and everything that would be involved in making that blanket change aren't necessary. Now, that was back in August of 2021. And here we are now in 2024. If we'd have done it back then, we wouldn't be talking now, but that's, water that's gone under the bridge. So that's where the situation is. That's to give you the history of it. So I would, if I can, I know I'm not supposed to make recommendations, but if you would consider following through with the procedure that has been in place for these two proposals, I will take it to the park and advise everybody going forward that there is no more refunds. But I think it's unfair for these two folks who have moved into the park and have done their renovations under the pretense that the history has proven itself thus far. So I don't mind moving forward without it. It's just a little bit disappointing if it doesn't go that way. So that's my from my points anyways. If you got any questions, go ahead, please.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Humphreys. We certainly appreciate your guidance and knowledge on this matter. I think what we're struggling with is if we are to say to the residents of Big Cedar that we're going to waive their fee because they're in an environmentally protected zone, and we don't do that for everyone else in the township, then we're not being equitable to all parties. And further to that, then we're asking the rest of the residents to pick up that fee because it just gets distributed. Now, I admit that that's a nominal amount of money spread over that many residents, but nonetheless, it's, I think, the principle of the matter. And I think with some inquiry into these two application requests for a refund, it caused us to ask what the structure was of the Nottawasaga Valley mapping and the environmental protection mapping, and look for a permanent solution. And we agree. Problem is the official plan that Mr. Spagno referred to has been under consideration for probably up to 3 years now, and only received county assent last fall, I think in November. So, we're unfortunately working toward that solution, and we'd look forward to perhaps Big Cedar, contacting the planning department. And, I don't know whether you operate as a condominium type structure, or if you have sorts of...
We're a resident-owned organization, and we have a board of directors here. And so any costs that they came back to us back when I was talking to the former mayor, okay? Right. Back in 2021, it came back and it suggested that if we went in and started to do some major work towards changes, there could be thousands of dollars involved in consulting fees. And the park at that time chose, because of the fact that this was supposed to be taken care of within a couple of years, they chose not to go and find a consultant and pick that up. But since then, like I say, these funds have been refunded last year and the year before, and so the folks here are just that's now taken that as an example. I sympathize with you very, very much. I understand your position, but it would be easier on the people in the park if we knew if the rules weren't changed in the middle of the game, so to speak. But
that's a good point. I think they might have been changed in the middle of the game when they waived the fees initially. So I think we all
they may have been
understand
changed
that.
10 years ago for all I know. I just know that I've been here, as I say, since I put mine in.
Yeah, I know. We hear you, and that's what we want to avoid doing is continuing to make these decisions on the fly.
I can add one more thing. At this moment, and I'm not a be all and end all by any shape in this park, but I am not aware of any further applications or people who are any considerations that are being considered during the course of this year, unless a property sells and we have a new owner come in and they want to do something. But at this moment, and as was capably said earlier, it's about 50% of the park that is in this environmentally protected area. The other 50% is not, and there's work being done in the other portions of the park where you never hear of it because it doesn't have to have a variance. But
right. Okay. Well, thank you very much for your comments. We certainly appreciate them, and I think perhaps we should council should put its mind to which of the options it would like to consider and vote on.
I am prepared to, if council would like it. I mean, if we can develop one variance that could be applied to all properties that says, like we're generally speaking, in fact, everything I've been involved in, we're not really expanding the footprints of most of the places. We're simply enclosing carports and making garages out of them. So one blanket variance might cover the park if we could have an umbrella that said, if you're not increasing the footprint of the property, you're approved.
Yeah, and we'll have to take that under planning consideration. And I don't know if there is such an instrument as a blanket variance. I think perhaps that's what a zoning amendment is intended to be. Mr. Spagnol.
I'd just like to add, thank you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie, that there is the option for a pre-consultation with staff to outline what the process looks like. Through that pre-consultation, staff could also invite the NVCA to sit in. It usually depends on availability and staff resources, but the requirements needed for a zoning bylaw amendment could be identified quite quickly through a pre-consultation process, which would include staff and the NVCA to take a look at a blanket zoning bylaw amendment to go and allow for the permissions needed that Mr. Humphreys and the residents of Big Cedar would be seeking.
Thank you very much, Mr. Spagnol. And thank you, Mr. Humphreys. I think we'll move on now to considering what option to undertake and put our minds to that. So
thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to share.
Yes, much appreciated. Okay. Good. Is there a general? Could we maybe mute Mr. Humphreys just in case there's a? Oh, there he's left. Just put to the floor, is there an appetite to consider, put a motion forth for one of the option considerations? I'd suggest that in fairness that we consider option 2 and just pay back these 2 and then make notice that we're not going to do it further. Sorry, who? Oh, Councillor Clark, please.
I would move for option 2.
Thank you very much. Do we have a seconder for option 2? Oh, Councillor Schell?
Yes, I'll second that.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk. Might we have a motion?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Shell. It is recommended, 1, that DS 2024-082, Brent Spagno, Director, Development Services, refund requests, Big Cedar 2024-A17 and 2024-A23 options report be received and adopted. 2, that staff proceed with option 2 as outlined in DS 2024-082.
Thank you very much. Any comment or question on the motion? Mr. Mayor, please.
Yeah, I agree with what council's come to as a recommended motion moving forward. But can we add to that the park is notified that these refunds will not take place until the zoning is properly rezoned and outside the EP zoning classification? I think that needs to be part of the motion, so it's there and we're clear. As Mr. Humphreys said, we are going to comply with his request of refunding, but he will definitely communicate onward, make sure the park's aware that these refunds won't take place until the zoning is corrected. And I know staff, if there's, just a question, staff, is there some way we should be engaging the Big Cedar Board of Directors on how to proceed with getting this rezoning done for them?
My apologies, Mayor Greenlaw. I was just looking at the wording for the revision to the option. Could you please repeat?
So, excuse me. I'm wondering, is there something we should be reaching out with to Mr. Humphreys and the residents of Big Cedar of how we should be moving forward, hopefully in a proficient manner with their assistance, in order to get that entire settlement rezoned out other than EP, so they aren't dealing with this moving forward? We need to fix this problem that's been going on for, unfortunately, many years.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie, to Mayor Greenlaw, staff can definitely reach out to Mr. Humphreys to go over what the options are. Internally, staff can also take a look at what other options might be there, maybe in addition to the ones that are listed in the report, to try to rectify the situation in a more timely manner. So I think staff will do that as per the revision to the option, and we'll be sure to reach out to Mr. Humphreys for further discussion as well. So.
No, thank you very much.
Madam Deputy Clerk.
If the addition is satisfactory with the mover, Councillor Clark, and seconded by Councillor Shell, we could take that as a friendly amendment to add on at the end that Big Cedar Park is notified that there will be no further refunds until the township's zoning bylaw is updated.
Yes.
Excellent. No further questions about the motion? Seeing none, may I call the vote, please? Those in favor? The motion passes. All right. I think with that, we're looking for an announcement with regard to the next meeting date, which is July 3rd, 2024. And I'd like to have a motion to adjourn, please.
Moved by Clark, seconded by Greenlaw. It is recommended that we do now adjourn at 8:43 p.m.
May I call the vote, please? All in favor? The motion is carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Mr. Greenlaw, Mr. Mayor, over to you for the council meeting following the Development Services Committee meeting.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. I'd like to call the meeting to order. May I please have a motion to adopt the agenda, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that the agenda for the council meeting of Wednesday, June 5th, 2024 be received and adopted.
All in favor? Opposed? Opposed, that is carried. Are there any pecuniary interests to disclose at this time? Seeing none, may we please have a motion for the draft minutes of the previous council meeting, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that the draft minutes of the council meeting held on Wednesday, May 1st, 2024 be received and adopted as printed and circulated.
Are there any changes to the minutes? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed, that is carried. May we please have a motion to approve the recommendations of tonight's DSC meeting, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that the recommendations of the Development Services Committee meeting held on Wednesday, June 5th, 2024 be adopted.
All in favor? Opposed, that is carried. And may we please have a motion of the confirmation bylaw?
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2024-064, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting held on Wednesday, June 5th, 2024, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, be engrossed by the deputy clerk, signed and sealed by the mayor.
All in favor? Opposed, that is carried. And may we have a motion to adjourn, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that we do now adjourn at 8:45 p.m.
All in favor? That is carried.